So, welcome to our weekly Backlog bonanza, where I just go through a massive pile of the codes that I have stashed up. And welcome, Hyperion Smokestack. Glad to see you come in pretty much right off the bat. I've got a fairly extensive list to work through today as we look at some levels, older levels by people who are coming in with the Week 4 batch of the 4YMM project. Those are going to be uploaded pretty much in the next few hours, I think, with the official launch scheduled for Sunday morning in NA and Sunday evening, I think 5 p.m. CET in the EU. And a lot of these makers are fairly new to me in terms of the contributions they made to Super Mario Maker 2. And so yeah, we'll just be looking at as many of them as we can and see what else we can fit into the cracks. So thank you for joining me already, let's go. And let's take a look at Exonum's Adversarial Asteroids. This is the most recent level we've seen out of Exonum, the only one that he has made post-patch, post 3.0. And from the description that Mario uses his enemies to traverse Boom Boom's spaceship, I think we can infer that we are in store for some SMB2 enemy manipulation. So let's take a look. You were a day late with Origami King. Yeah, I was streaming that quite a bit last night. And I'm only through World 1 so far. I am hopefully planning to show off a little more of that later in the week. It is, of course, a much quieter stream with much less interest than what I've been doing with Mario Maker, but I thought, well, I have the capability to actually record a new Nintendo game, and we might as well do it, so. Okay, you are farther along than I am. I am only through cutting the red streamer, so. You're quite a ways along. Of course, as you know, I can also be a slow player from time to time, and that would certainly affect the pace at which I'm going through things. I also spent quite a lot of time in the Battle Lab just to run up the score on, the puzzles early, and, you know, just get a sense of the various geometric configurations that I have to deal with. You can't afford to see any spoilers, and you are ahead of me, so it's not going to be really much of a mitigating factor at this point. Yeah, I can imagine too that a lot of people wouldn't necessarily drop by because the people who are interested in playing the game generally are the ones who do want to see it for themselves. But since you know that I am behind, and I'm liable to fall further behind, you are certainly free to join me without much of a spoiler risk. So yeah, don't know at this point. Oh, whoops. Oh, okay, no, I have to let it clip first. Okay, let me see. Yeah, so obviously we'll be doing Maker 2 for this stream. I may be able to run a short stream for Sunday night. That's not really guaranteed. But I will be streaming a little more than usual this week just to fit in as much Origami King as I can. So we'll see how that fits into the rest of the usual rotation. So yeah, I don't know how you're finding it so far. Would be happy to just kind of have a chat about that as well, with the understanding, of course, that I am only as far as taking the tram after getting out of the World 1 quest objective. I think I currently have a high score of 8 in the Battle Lab puzzle survival mode. Usually just due to a bit of tunnel vision on puzzles that should be self-explanatory. You know, I'll just blast through them like 5 seconds at a time, and then I'll suddenly hit one that is obvious, which I can't visualize anyway. You were convinced early that it wouldn't be your favorites. So, has it grown on you enough that you are now considering it? in contention for your favorite. Is that what you're saying? Because I found that it took a little while to settle in for me. I thought it was a little bit slow going at the start. Okay, so we want to launch that first. No, let's launch a lower one with plenty of time to actually get aboard. And move up. And move up. There we go. Checkpoints. Okay, looks like we ride this down. Ride this over. Hit. Kind of astonishing how accurate that is. Of course, we said that right as I failed in that location, so let's respawn from checkpoint. Battle systems have always been a snake, not so much for the more recent games, I think. For Color Splash in particular, I definitely thought that the overworld kind of light puzzle adventure experience tended to outshine the actual hard mechanics, which are kind of a weak point that were perpetuated from, you know, some of the systems that were already a little bit undercooked in Sticker Star. I did find that I enjoyed Color Splash a lot more once I caught on to the idea of just playing as greedy and as fast as possible in terms of never hoarding things and just spending my most powerful attacks all the time to try to one-shot every encounter. I really did need to find my way into enjoying that game, though. Oh, look at this wall manipulation. That's kind of neat with the hole that is pushing the blooper. As soon as you get out of the way, that's a very neat little mechanic. But yeah, I really do enjoy the new battle system. Okay, you need to pick up one of those and then ride the other one down, I think. Yeah, I mean, this level would have been a fairly early one with the SMP2 mushroom coming within the first week of the 3.0 patch. So I have seen some of these throwing and riding mechanics since, but then riding the blooper like that was definitely something totally new to me. Whoops. But yeah, the battle system in the Origami King I found very promising right from the start, but I found that the actual content in the game really took its sweet time in terms of actually making use of anything. Let's blow this. In that, you know, you have all these interesting ring mechanic systems and so on, but it really needs a good combination of enemies on the field and a very interesting geometric configuration, I guess, in order to really shine. And the main content took a while to get there. Like, you would have all these very trivial tutorial-style early waves. And I think I was about, like, 3 or 4 hours into the game when I took damage in a battle for the first time, which, you know, kind of goes to show how easily cleared everything was up to that point. And so I felt that, like, even relative to what were considered some of the weaker games in the series, like the last two, that this one took a much longer time to get going. I was actually almost kind of thinking of the way the tutorial pacing worked back in Twilight Princess. Hey, look at how the Muncher actually stops the mole from progressing and locks the blooper wall jumps into position. Okay, there's going to be a particular sequence here where I think I have to grab the upper fishbone, land on the lower one, and throw the upper fishbone when I am overlapping a rectangle. The square, rather. Square track. And then that will give me the right throwing angle to ride it all the way down. Of course, taking a little bit of guesswork to see where in relation to the boxes I should be standing when I throw. I think it's just with Mario's head dead center. That's probably going to be a thing that works. Ah, no. Love that. Really interesting spin on what you can do with the SMB2 mushroom, though. So, kind of enjoying this one so far. Very relaxed experience for something that is down to about the 2% range. I mean, a lot of that would just be from people's unfamiliarity with these throwing mechanics and some of the uncertainty in reading spots, like what we saw later on with the fish bones right after this segment. But the actual reflex requirement is pretty simple to follow. Look at this. Okay. So, I think we just grab this guy, swing back over. And I already saw where the exit was going to be down low. Oh no, I actually need to throw at this location, I think. And just follow the Cheep Cheep down. There we go. Hey, Tino, welcome. Audio is a bit out of sync. Yeah, just give me a second. I'll see if I can fix that. At least it's not completely disappearing, but that's why we kind of warm up with these levels sometimes, just to give that a bit of a check. So yeah, Tino, welcome. We are, of course, doing the weekly pre-show before the uploads come up, for those of you who are camping out for the codes to be uploaded so you can grab the first clears. Yeah, but just to be safe. So yeah, currently showing off one of Exodum's levels, his most recent one, and the only one that was after the patch. And here is the Monty Mole pushing again. So yeah, Hyperion, don't know if you had a chance to see any of the most recent 4YMM levels, but Tino had a pretty interesting one this week that was using the ability of power blocks to just kind of bounce everywhere. Ah, that was way off center. Yeah, it is. It is Sunday in Europe already. And so 4YMM levels should be up in a couple of hours. They're usually up, most of them, by the time I finish this stream. So yeah, it's been kind of nice to host this as a bit of a hangout, you know, for people who are just kind of waiting for the new codes to come up. Like, I know, Tino, that you made a really big grab for some of the first clears and early records in, I think it was either last week's batch or the one before that. Yeah, it should be Sunday in everything Eastern time and up at this point. Should be shortly Sunday in Central as well. Okay, let's try to ride this up accurately this time. It's going to be a bit of a close shave, but much better. Much better. Trained so hard in Ren's level to get the first clear. Yeah, it is an exciting one. Hyperion Smokestack, you gotta hear about this one. So, I'm not gonna spoil what it is yet, but I know how fond you are of Koopaling boss battles, and one of the levels that is coming up this week, the one that Tino is talking about, is one of the best Koopaling boss rushes you will ever see. It is a crazy concept for how to do a Koopaling boss rush level. Absolutely crazy concept. And so you have that to look forward to. So yeah, Tino's got 5 first clears so far. And yeah, I think that one definitely does require a little bit of training. I certainly found it to be the hardest one I've seen to date. I know that The expectation was that Salt Lake's level would be the hardest one, but, you know, after testing Salt Lake's as well, I certainly think Ren's level is at least as difficult, at least in the version that I was seeing. I'm kind of dreading doing a Salt Lake level later in the stream, because Salt Lake has basically never made anything easier than, like, 0.6%. And, oh, okay, no, I see. We have to go around and ride Boom Booms down. Kind of go left to right and wrap around for the successive bounces. I get it. Yeah, I mean, Hyperion, alternately, they'll be up in the morning. No need to stress out over that. Okay, let's just take the death here. But, yeah, the boss rush that we're talking about, the Ren level, it's going to be one to remember. It's going to be one that I think will be talked about for a while. And yeah, I am definitely looking forward to getting to show that off on stream later in the week. I actually only realized when I was kind of putting together my codes for this stream today that I had actually not seen any of Ren's levels in Maker 2 yet. I do remember Ren's Maker 1 creations, particularly Nightmare Disco, which I think was the lead-off for 3YMM. I mean, I was kind of catching up on the original YMM projects late, because I took several years off of Maker 1 and only really got back into it in the last few months before Maker 2, but I remember back then that Ren's level Nightmare Disco was one of the ones that really stuck out for me as one of the best ones that I played. And I think a lot of people are going to have that experience with his 4YMM contribution as well. Yeah, Hyperion, actually, during viewer levels earlier this week, I had somebody else submit me a really good Googling boss rush as well. I'm going to have to dig up that code for you. I don't know if I kept it on file. But yeah, somebody definitely showed me a Koopaling level where I was thinking, Hyperion has got to see this if he comes by. Okay, fairly gentle descent, actually, now that I know how to keep pace with it. Actually able to beat the first half of it. First try, okay, very nice. Ah, wait. Okay. Oh, I see, okay, I need to just ride that a little more quickly and get on the bloopers. So the arrows were just telling me pick up, throw left, but the timing was not actually sensitive on those. The idea behind throwing left was just to get them out of my face, so they don't hit anything vital on my way to the right in that last section. But yeah, I'm planning to play Ren's levels in this stream later tonight for sure. I don't know if I'll get through all 3 of them, but I'll definitely at least see one of them. He had the Matrix level, I think, and 2 other ones that I don't remember. But yeah, it's not a surprise that Ren has put together so few, given that his creations are just so ambitious. And, but yeah, Tino, I'm glad to see at your level with the POWs was doing well. I was actually just seeing Panga play it a little bit before I started my stream. He was playing it about half an hour ago. I don't know if you caught that. And of course, I ran it earlier in the week on this side as well. Really quite pleased with how a lot of those bouncing, or rather prancing POW setups turned out in the end, so. Okay. You think you missed it? Yeah, it was not very long ago. I don't know if Panga's still on 4YMM. He started this week's batch about an hour ago, I think. And so I only watched it up to your level. He is a pretty quick player, so I don't know if he's already through the whole set by now. Because even the thing that took me the longest this week, which was the secret route in... or the secret exit, rather, in Ra the Sun God, that one Panga got down in a matter of minutes. Like, he pretty much understood that instantly. And nothing else in Week 3 took me too long. Week 3, I think, is probably the easiest batch so far, for sure. Okay, do I actually have time to swing around? No, I actually have to go right away. I have to throw and pretty much jump at the same time that I throw. Land right on a Cheep Cheep. And that's the only way I'll get enough height to get over the final jump. Certainly don't think I have enough time to charge the SMB2 jump and make that off screen. Yeah, that was kind of interesting that yours had the lowest clear rate. I know that yours was close to 1%. I think a lot of it is just people's unfamiliarity with the mechanic, though, where there are a lot of very skilled players who actually don't handle new mechanics very well. So, you know, they would have trouble on a level like yours. They would definitely have trouble on a level like Mang's bumper level from the previous week, which I found fairly simple, but which I think some people would find very challenging if they don't do a very good job of adapting to new kinds of physics and new kinds of collisions. I've definitely seen a lot of very good Mario players who occasionally just stumble on stuff like that they don't do puzzles well, or don't do new mechanics well, or just have certain weaknesses that are exposed by levels that behave strangely. No, whoops. Did not mean to kick that thing. Yeah, I know that usually your things are up in about 50 to 70%, or maybe even higher. Yeah, I don't think we were here last week, but we did run all of your current Super World last week, and I think that only goes down to about 5%, and most of it was easy levels except for that one that was, you know, kind of medium to high expert. And so yeah, we did do a straight playthrough of the current Super Tino world on last Sunday morning stream. I think that was while you were grabbing all of the first clears from last week, grabbing some of the first clears from last week. Usually suit for under 1%? Yeah, I find that, well, I mean, particularly if you're making things like boss rushes with fairly sparse checkpoints, that would happen. I do find that when I have enough time to really play something carefully, that, whoops, 0.5 to 2% tends to be my sweet spot. Kind of everything above 0.5 and under 2 is something that I can do, but which is tricky enough that it does keep me on my toes and require me to play precisely. So sometimes I can one-shot some of that stuff. Sometimes it takes a little bit more effort just to clean up my play. As you can see with this one here, nothing in this level is technically very demanding. This is around a 2% zone. Pretty much entirely, I think, from some things that are easy to die to if you are not being careful. Like kicking a shell here. So yeah, Tino enjoyed that quite a bit, actually. And I don't remember if you had a second one for the project. I thought you did. for one of the later weeks, and of course we'll be running another one of these previews pretty much until the project is finished. Can't believe we're already at the halfway point at week 4. I've been pretty happy with every batch so far. I think Uncaged by Kerfix has really been the breakout story of 4YMM. And I think for all the right reasons, it's not strange to me that that's really been one of the most popular and one of the most beloved levels by somebody who really had only a modest number of plays and likes and levels going into this project. I think Kerfix only had about 3 or 4 uploads prior to that, most of which were also based on poison tech involving booze and so on. And yeah, he only had about a similar amount of likes as I did, like about 500 or so, and then I think his contribution for YMM really kind of took Maker 2 by storm. Oh, you don't have a second one, okay. I know some people did have a second one, maybe on reserve, so... Yeah, like we were saying, kind of surprising that yours turned out to have the lowest clear rate. It certainly didn't have the lowest star rating, or highest star rating, rather. Like, I know that the multi-checkpoint Muncher Skewer level from Kinna was originally rated 4 stars, which I think everybody kind of disagreed with, because it was actually a fairly gentle multi-checkpoint level. Okay, so that was Adversarial Asteroids. Yeah, pretty interesting SMB2 level for being one of the earlier SMB2 creations, and in all that time, that's the first time I've really seen SMB2 being used in conjunction with that Monty Mole pushing that we saw with the bloopers and later the bombs to create those relatively well-centered wall jump ledges. So yeah, let's take a little bit of a look at a little more from Exonum. This is Vertical Turbo Tunnel. He says, I was bored, don't play this. We are going to defy that instruction, because I can do what I want, and I'm going to play this level, which has a current clear rate of about 5%. Right, Megatefit had a second one, that's right. Because I also played Megatefit's World, and I know Megatefit, like you, also has a mix of extremely high clear rate levels, along with some of the lower percentage technical ones. Like all the 1-up bonus levels that he has made in the Get a Life series. And yeah, I know that that's kind of a buffer for if we have some dropouts or other levels that don't quite come together, but so far I think everything has been proceeding quite well. Yeah, Hyperion, no worries if you have to dip out and call it a night. Like I said, you are ahead of me in Origami King, and you'll probably be able to catch me play that later this week, and you can kind of watch as I miss all of the easy puzzle solutions that you figured out in seconds. So, thank you for dropping by. Okay, let's actually follow the arrows. Yeah, I see how this is going to work. Vertical Turbo Tunnel, indeed. Oh, with the POW bounce, okay. Ah, this is just kind of a left-to-right consistency check, yeah. Could have thought about switching the analog stick here off the D-pad. Just for consistency. You spend a lot of coins on time. Yeah, Hyperion Smokestack, I'm actually trying to play the game without doing that. I've decided not to enable the safety net for the ring battle clock. I want to see how well I can do without that turned on. Because I'm finding that training myself to handle the ring battle system well is probably the most satisfying thing I can do to get some challenge out of the new and unique systems in Origami King. But we'll see how long that lasts. I don't know if that will ultimately hold. Now we do see the exit pipe at the very bottom of the tunnel once we reverse directions. So yeah, just have to ride it up, ride it back down. Okay. Just have to find a rhythm that works. And have to ignore the music as I find the appropriate rhythm for getting down. Yep, it is actually a fairly relaxed timing. It's not super precise, but if I'm off-center a little bit, it does take a little bit of work to adjust accurately. So we'll just head up and down and see how that goes. But yeah, Exodum is another maker who, despite knowing about his stuff going in, I don't think I really caught up on his Maker 2 profile at all, but then that's what this stream is for. Okay, down we go. Now, of course, that was only built on the left half. I assume that we have even more to come. No, we don't. That's the goal right there. Yeah, pretty simple, kind of one concept stage, but works out quite neatly. And let's skip down to some of the more popular ones that he's made. This is from very early on in the game. But let's take a look at Spacebound, which was from the first month of Maker 2. Cows in space, or something. Okay, gonna have that Mario Kart music start up right away. Oh, I see, it's POW bouncing. Just like Tino was saying. And indeed doing. Okay. And indeed, this screen in the top right tells you right away to expect POW bouncing. So yeah, speak of the devil. And yeah, this was of course when laws were fairly new. So everything looking pretty gentle so far. And okay, we'll just have to time this accurately. And yeah, like you were saying, looks like Exodum is as fond of this tech as you are. In a very different context, of course. He doesn't have something that, like the fake out with the boo that was in yours. I guess we just have to go forward. Ah, there we go. Seemed to blind for a moment. That was actually a surprisingly safe landing zone. Ah, okay, and that's a claw drop. Great. And yeah, that kind of saw blade dodging we'll recognize from the vertical turbo tunnel that we just saw. Okay, had to trust that coin trail. And surprisingly doable blind. Okay, I guess I was supposed to get up there. I didn't know if I was supposed to hit the POW. I think I was, in order to have the Womp hit the seesaw and launch me upwards. Yeah, I mean, now you know. I mean, of course, this is taking advantage of airship gravity mechanics as well. It's kind of interesting that I've been playing enough of Maker 2 at this point that it's very easy to forget that a lot of the night theme mechanics, actually all of the night theme mechanics, were newly introduced in this game. Because so many of them just seem second nature at this point. But yeah, let's just ride this down. Plenty of room. Ah, okay, there we go. Yeah, pretty relaxed once you learn how to read it accurately. So, where is this POW going to take me? Just down that diagonal and... Whoa. Look at this little acceleration here. Hey, Thomas B. Doing well. Looking at a level by Exonym, who is one of the makers featured in week 4 of 4YMM and who will be uploading his level sometime in the next few hours. If you looked at week 3, you will also recognize the POW bouncing mechanic in this level from Tino's level. Tino, of course, is with us here in chat as well. And, oh, nope, there was no arrow. I probably should have trusted where I was going. So yeah, Thomas B, hope you're doing well. Oops, no, we have to go up. Reminds me of levels in the SMP2 style. Yeah, in terms of having lots of vertical climbs that involve standing on things that are safe. Particularly with Night Airship SMP2, which we've already seen a little bit of already. And yeah, I can see why it would remind you of that. Of course, this was made on the 1.0 patch. But at the same time, you can see how these general approaches to designing in the Night Airship theme have translated over to new content once the SMP2 mushroom was introduced. Okay, so let's actually follow instructions for once. And generally go a bit lower. Whoops, no. Follow the arrows, follow the arrows. So yeah, Thomas B, otherwise doing well. Started Paper Mario the Origami King yesterday. And so over the next week or two, I'll kind of be alternating between covering Mario Maker and covering Paper Mario. But in the meantime, kind of good to get back into playing some older levels by makers who really do know what they're doing. Yeah, Thomas B, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the making yourself. I don't think I've seen you submit in a while, but I also have been running fewer levels lately. I mean, we still do it week to week. I still make sure I do fewer levels as our main regular event on the stream, but definitely had to balance that out a bit with all the other content that's going on. With the 4YMM levels every week, which I've been covering on Tuesdays. And also Paper Mario now, which will be fitting in as often as I'm able. Gotta go a little faster. This level uses many texts which were also in your 4YMM. Yeah. That's very true in that he was also thinking about using the on-off conveyors as a way to build an elevator mechanic with respect to using house stacked on top of the side piranhas, which I know feature fairly heavily into that one fake-out climb, that's in your Prancing Pow playground. Are they the next stream? Not sure at this point, Thomas B, because I definitely do a big viewer level session that's on Thursdays in a daytime stream. I don't know if I'll fit that into one of the night streams this week, simply because we are doing Paper Mario as well for most of the night sessions, but the sooner I finish Paper Mario, the sooner those will go back to being viewer levels. So we'll see. I'll definitely be doing it as often as I can, just because viewer levels, for obvious reasons, are the most popular thing that goes on around here in terms of, having a decent amount of engagement from viewers, and also just introducing me to tons of new and exciting content that is usually pretty good. So we'll just take a look at one more by Exodum before I move on. I'm going to look at his very first level, which was It Came From Beneath the Stink, which I think is also his most popular one. This one is from the first weekend of the game, and really took off in popularity. So it says that the stink is an underground pool where all toxic comments have been flushed. So basically it's the internet. But we'll see. Oh, interesting. Look at this bubbling mechanic here. Clearly something being manipulated just underneath. Okay. Taking advantage, of course, of the fact that the thwomp speed, even at full speed, has been slowed down by the drag from going through poison. That's going to be a switch activation. And yeah. So what's going on here? Nope, missed. But yeah, Tino, it was definitely quite remarkable to see that previous level in light of playing yours, just in terms of, minds thinking alike. It's sort of interesting that definitely a lot of thwomp writing like this seemed to be very popular, as one of the first things people were exploring as well. Exodum's definitely not the only maker who gravitated right away in the first few days of the game to playing with poison setups like this to take advantage of the drag. Of course, mechanically, it's working in pretty much the same way that, just the castle theme would have worked originally in Maker 1. But, of course, with some new ideas that were made possible by things like the on-off state, which, there's so many things that, at this point, I've been playing so much Maker 2 that it's always hard to remember that we had managed to go a couple of years without these things. Now, interesting that this chomp setup here reminds me a lot of what Kerfix does in his levels, and was doing for quite a long time, even before Uncaged came out and took Mario Maker by storm. Of course, Uncaged was kind of built around that whole concept, not using chomps, but using other timed jumps over poison. that were of a very similar nature. And yep, that's our look at an early seesaw interaction. Or on-off shenanigans. And let's see what's going on here. Oh, the thwomp awakens. But yeah, it looks like it was a dry bones that was displacing poison underneath the whole time. Okay, let's drop the whole stack. Do I get a second chance at that? I guess not. Well, I mean, I probably do, but my aim was not really ideal to make that happen. So yeah, nice little seesaw setup there. We're not going to go quite low and risky enough to grab the 30 coin, but I do appreciate the way that it was placed to encourage just a little more risk. Same with this one for that matter. Yeah, really have to go for that right away if you want to make a proper stab at it. Whoa. That could have gone quite badly. I was not careful. There we go, gonna hit that. Something should take me up, and there we go, checkpoint. Now, do I get to ride this guy? I should. Kind of want to see if this will lift anything up. And it totally does, and that is the solution, in fact. And we know that's the solution because otherwise we would not be able to pass it. Let's check here. So yeah, some early experimentation with the dry bone shell. Going to apply just enough weight to lower these gates one at a time. So let's see here. Am I able to through? I guess. Ah, yeah. No, I just dropped the bone shell on top. Move what was apparently a conveyor and just totally missed a shell. That's because I was holding down a dash button. I really do need to break the habit of holding the dash button when I need an accurate fall onto a bone shell like that, so I don't wind up grabbing it by mistake. Yeah, let's ride this down. And yeah, have to be a bit careful about that hitbox. And once again. Okay. And that should probably pop me out to the opening segment, or not opening segment, but main world, rather. Yeah. Okay, nearly got clipped there. That would have been a terrible idea. Very splashy. And that's just one little check of what you can do with the bone shell, of course. The bone shell would have been a very new and unfamiliar item at the time this came out. And it's funny because even to this day, I have not really seen the fireball jump with the bone shell all that often. It is something that strikes me as new every now and then, but I guess that just goes to show that I should have been playing Exonum's levels much earlier, so. In the meantime, let's move forward to a different maker who is going to be part of this week's set. We have more to play from Exonum eventually to clear out the rest of that list. But in the meantime, let's take a look at... Where did he go? Where did he go? Slanteva. think he pronounces it Slanteva. I'm actually not totally certain of this. Generally makes things that are around medium difficulty, but with some variation in there, so we'll play a couple of these and see how it goes. Beginning with the auto level. Auto level that has about 40%, which tells me that it is something that is failable, although if you look at that world record is 1 second, which is maybe a sign that this is just a semi-failable cutscene, I guess. Anyway, the Thwomp name has been slandered. Thwomps are loving, peaceful pacifists. Let's see what that's all about. Okay. But then... I see. Okay, so we just sit back and watch the cutscene. I can see why this level is beatable in a second, but at the same time, let's just watch the animation as the Thwomp tries to strike again and again and again, and somehow manages to never actually hit me. Ah, that's why. That's why. The Thwomps are peaceful pacifists. Cheap Chiefs can't really be trusted. That Cheap Sheep can also not really be trusted. And we actually managed to lower the clear rate there by taking 2 deaths, but you can't really blame the Thwomp for that. The Thwomp was kind of being quite pacifistic as advertised, in keeping to itself. Yeah, pretty amusing concept. Let's take a look at some actual levels in the meantime. I'm going to pull up Zelda Dungeon Frost Cave Ruins, which is going to be a dungeon, has a record of about 6 minutes, which tells me that of the people, only 12 people who have cleared this. And they have taken their time with the execution of certain puzzles, perhaps. And that's going to have a clear rate of about 4%. As you can see, relative to the latest level, very few plays at all, so let's give it a proper look, and perhaps some well-deserved exposure. But yeah, we'll just play enough of these just to get a sense of what Slanteva's style is like in advance of the 4YMM creation, so certainly looks like that's going to be a bomb spot. And let's just head up to this location, see what's up here. This looks suspicious. And it is. Okay. That looks like an arrow-based P-switch. I kind of want to bomb this spot here, in case that's a spawn block. And if we can come through that door to the right again, we'll discover whether that is in fact the case. No, it's a one-way door, okay. Oh, whoops. Sword refresh here. Okay. Dry bones here, or I guess they're supposed to be Snalfos. Oh, I see. Okay, because you are supposed to come down here and toss a bomb over to the right side as you ride the icicle down. Okay, that's fairly clear. Okay. Pretty straightforward. Don't know what that switch is doing yet. Let's scout ahead a little bit and see if that reveals anything. Oh, I see. Okay, so we need to hit the on-off switch and then hit it again on a timer, probably with a bomb. Let me just find a good location to do some bomb throws. Actually, it's probably best if we just blow all of this up to clear a path that is as fast as possible. Whoops. Hang on. And yeah, in the meantime, we'll just see what that does. Okay. So... now we'll just come over here. That's fairly simple. Nothing out of the ordinary so far. You have to wonder what all these blasters, of course, are obstructing down below. Meantime, we'll just get some momentum. Hope I did not actually need that snowball. Oh, whoops. Okay. That's fairly straightforward so far. We see a E-switch slot over there that looks like it will be dependent on probably rolling a bomb over. Rolling a bomb and probably firing at it, actually. Nope, that's not... oh, I see. No. Counts this. And let's hope we bought enough time with the P-switch. And, okay, let's drag this guy down. Yep, pretty straightforward so far. Now, is that actually within 2 range? I guess not. Let's think about this for a moment. Interesting. Down. Is this suggesting... what is this suggesting? Oh, probably a shield. Something to do with a shield. So we probably need to shield an object, like a snowball, for instance, and a snowball would probably manage to go down a slope. Oh yeah. Okay. So let's just traverse this whole thing. There's the snowball. Fairly clear. Now, whether we beat the clock is going to be the main risk factor at this point, I think. Looks like there's going to be some back and forth here. Oops. And some kind of on-off activation. Okay. Interesting that the P-switch is something you can activate with an arrow. I don't know what that is good for. It would take you across, okay. It would take you across, but it doesn't really tell me what I'm going to do with that snowball. I guess I might have to escort the snowball across. Let's see if that's actually the case. Right, because that has now been escorted. Yes, I get it, because I would want to deflect. Then I want to get back over here. The on-off switch is activated, and that gets me all the way across here and through. Yeah, fairly simple. Running low on time to deal with this sort of thing, but... oops. Try that again. Okay. Terrible aim. We should actually make use of the block for once. And yeah. And then across here before it hits. Yeah, tight on time, but fairly straightforward puzzle. So that's going to lower everything over there. indicating that eventually I'll be looping back around to see what lies below. Seems to indicate going all the way down. Okay, so here is a boss. Okay. It looks like we can actually bomb my way across the top. Fairly straightforward. And that's going to give me a shellmet for some reason. We have 50 seconds to find out why. Because it gets me through this gate here. And... nope, hang on. Yeah, I guess I would have to bump the ball up to the right side. That looks correct. And we have to bump this guy up to the upper level, right? Yeah. 9 seconds. We gotta hit this repeatedly in order for whatever is spawning out the top to drop, so I'm going to die to the timer here. But yeah, the fact that we didn't manage to hit the checkpoint here will certainly ease up on the timing a little bit. Okay. Actually do need to take this. I don't know if it gives you a second chance to come back. Yes, it does. If you, for some reason, just forget the helmet. And, okay. Whoops. Looks like I would eventually want to drop some kind of object from that pipe up there, so why don't we hit the on-off switch once first. Hang on, have to bounce it to the right. There we go. We'll see if anything actually spawns from that pipe, or if we actually have to go through directly. Quite possibly need to come through here. Then how do we get through the topmost segment? That's the question. Probably with some kind of bomb throw. So for example, if I had a bomb throw or even an arrow shot like that, yeah, arrow shot would do it. If I have an arrow shot, then how do I launch 2 snowballs? That's the question. Because... yeah, because I would need to launch something after I am through both the bottom and top slot. Let's try this again. So basically, I would want to... launch 1 ball, and I would have to get through here. And then what do we do with the remaining one? That's the question. Oh, I see, because the trampoline on the left is actually there as a bomb slot, such that we can have a bomb timer, and we can time 2 separate switch activations. Yeah, I've got it. So we activate this first. We'll have 2 different activations, like that. Nice solution, I like that. Yeah, it works very well as a kind of 3-piece puzzle. that makes you think about multiple ways of interacting with the snowball, and all in a single setting where the sequence does matter. Okay, so we're back here now with a different on-off state. And I see that this blaster is completely blocked, possibly by entity limit or something that has already been fired. Ah, no, we just go through here. It was just because the snowball had been expended, so... What is our progression from here? That seems interesting. Probably through this gate. Yeah. Okay. And so this will depend on escorting snowball across the side swamp. Yeah. Almost. Timing needed a bit of a fix there, but we almost had it working. Too early. Kind of impressed with the 6-minute record on this now, actually. Given that some of these interactions do take a few retries to get right if you're new to how all the paths are set up for relevant mechanics. Okay, so this is just lowering the thump with good timing so snowball goes over. Then where is the on-off switch we are supposed to press? Let's take a look. I can actually see, yeah, on-off switch is down here. Okay, so that's not too hard actually. We need to bump everything to the no, that's activated already. So that is fine. Okay, so something here is P-switch dependent. Losing the helmet here seemed like a bad idea. Looks like we do get to reclaim one though. We are back here. Oh, I see. Okay, no. I have to ride the icicle all the way down, I think. Yeah, some of the pathfinding in this level is a little bit memory dependent, but we'll find a way to manage. Yeah, so it's gonna give me a light bulb. Let's ride it all the way down. All the way down to see what this gets me. Interesting how the timing of that track is actually kind of safe. Oh, I see. No, I see. It's the same interaction that we had very early on in the level, where we need to bomb this while we are falling. Okay. Gotta redo that then. I gotta redo that by coming through this door and looping around, and hopefully... Yep, the on-off state and everything that has been blown up so far is going to make that efficient. But yeah, we'll have to ride all the way down. That's a fairly simple reset, at least. And then do a bomb toss as we pass into the boss chamber. Okay. Here we go. That should be enough to get me out. Another checkpoint. So, looks like we'll have a final boss. Not a lot of time to work with, though. We'll have to be aware of how fire can take out the entirety of the right side there. Looks like we might actually just want arrows. Okay. Oh no, that's going to be shielding the snowball. Yeah, I see. We want to wait for snowball cycles, and we want to shield it into the pokey to the right. 4 hits should do the trick. Just took me a little while to read that properly. Whoops. Nope. Not ideal timing on dodging the boo that time. Do we get a sword refresh ever? Not clear that we do, so... Now, not having a sword refresh is not completely disqualifying, given that it is always possible to jump on the snowballs and kick them back. Yeah, we'll have to see if we can make the next one. And, okay, across we go. Fairly tight window to be dodging around in that location. Tap that. Whoops. Nope. That is quite a lot to dodge. Okay, finally got one hit in. Need to survive long enough to do a lot more of those. 3 more by the looks of it. Possibly 2 more if it's actually just 3 hits, I think, because the last hit is going to take the Pokey out at the head. So yeah, it's just 3 snowball hits. Should be enough to work with. Oh, you know what? I could have used the helmet to block the Podoboo from dropping. That's one thing I had not considered. That would have made the fight considerably easier by allowing me to defend the left side from melting. I think that's certainly the intention of how this is set up. That so long as you retain the power-up, you can do things defensively to make the fight easier for yourself. That's a very neat touch, actually, now that I think I understand it properly. And yeah, that'll give me significantly more room to work with. And dodging either of those is necessary. And now we have lost that option, and so we'll lose access to the left side. Okay. One more hit should do it, though. Almost there. Surviving the early defensive phases will be absolutely key. Of course, the Boo and Podoboo timings are going to be synchronized as we come into this room, and so... Okay, so far so good. Okay, going to lose access to that. Still haven't gotten our second snowball hit yet, and that's going to be a problem. However, we no longer see Podoboos drop from the upper tracks, and so I think we are pretty much fully defended from fire. So as long as I defend against the first few drops, that should actually suffice. And of course I should take advantage of the fact that with the Buzzy helmet, the bullets can in fact be deflected from below. Oh, that's going to be a problem. Oh, almost. And okay, doing pretty well so far, actually. This is looking like the attempt. Yeah, that's the last hit we need. Let's work our way through. We got the 1-ups of Courage, Wisdom, and Power. That'll be enough to take us through. So yeah, a bit of a maze-like layout, where you have to keep track of the state changes as you work your way through, but I think it was fairly good about letting me do some of the repeated cycles efficiently if I happen to miss a switch. And once I actually understood the boss fight, I think it came together quite well as a finale. Yeah, I certainly think the simultaneous snowball bomb arrow activation on the on-off switch was probably the highlight of the puzzle sequence in this creation. But once again, very, very few clears on this. And I certainly think it deserves more. So in the meantime, let's maybe take a look at one more by Slanteva, just to get a proper look at his personality as a designer. We'll descend into the depths, which is going to be a dark water level. Avoid the murky depths of ocean. There are things down there. We're about to find out what things. And yep, going to be dark down here. Going to have the stars available as illumination. And what's going to happen? It's going to be a trigger of an on-off that destroys all of the lights that we had access to earlier. Okay, so this is just a bit of a dodging sequence, I think. You can see that everybody was clustered around that particular location. That's where all the deaths were, of course. Not that there would be any other hazards to deal with at this point. There doesn't seem to be something to the left here. Nope, that's just a ground block. Fairly linear passageway so far, though. I don't think we actually missed anything. Just that once things light up, have to be aware of what's coming, so. Rather chaotic music layout here. But I think the optimal thing to do is just stay on the ground and let everything circle above our heads. Yeah, let's just wrap around and see if we can pass that particular location. See what this is all about. I mean, I only have so much control over the positioning of the wigglers, and so going fast might actually be the correct answer there, and trying to work my way through efficiently before everything gangs up on me. Oh yeah. You know, so far there has been enough variety to everything I've played that I actually have no idea whatsoever what I can expect from Slanteva as a maker. For YMM, I did not playtest at that level in advance like I did with some of the other ones that are coming this week, so I actually have no clue what we are in for. And I think playing some of these earlier levels has not really given me a clear picture just yet. Apart from their love of some of the jokier cutscene style automatic setups, as with the Swamp Auto level we saw earlier on. My goodness, how do we actually get through this? Wonder if we're missing something like a star that would make that trivial. Or if I just needed to back up to the left and lure everything out of the way comfortably. Could very well be that I'm just missing something. But yeah, just going fast. Not really going to help, given that something positionally will be going on here yet. Oh, I see. I think I should just back up and maybe try to get them out of the way into the open. Okay. Well, that's certainly one strategy, since they were blocking my way. We'll see, of course, what the spawning mechanism was, whether or not we'll have to deal with a second round of anything, but it seems not. It seems like they were, oh, generally just kind of released from cars here. Okay, yeah, there's no reason to go back up through this pipe, I think, because all that has happened is a dual on-off toggle. How does one actually get through that? Very curious. I do have to go backwards. I was doing earlier. There is a particular strategy to this, I think, but not yet discovered what it is. And it was a fairly high clear percentage on this as well, I think, and so it is clearly just kind of a knowledge thing that I appear to be missing here. Or some kind of strategic consideration. Yeah, I could tug as many of them out as possible and just go back and forth. Could be part of it. Certainly something conceptual going on here that I'm not really understanding yet, but it seems like it will be a backwards chase, maybe a gradual back and forth progression as I spawn them in. Let's try to drag everything out once again. If I can just get them out of the way. I mean, the music activation does stay loaded. No, totally got trapped there. And at this point, it's unclear to me that that's actually going to be a solution. We'll see. I guess we can expect some interesting, jokey fake-outs. When we do eventually play the 4YMM level, I, once again, just don't have any idea what would be in keeping with what we've seen from Slanteva as a maker so far. And that we've seen that 3 levels that have no resemblance to each other, which is nice. You know, it's nice to have makers that have that commitment to variety. Could very well be that going back and forth here is the optimal strategy, so why don't we just try to drag everything out. The fact that the music has remained activated, of course, seems to be a clue that perhaps we are on the right track with this, in terms of understanding what's going on. Seems to be that I am making it further than I did previously. Okay. Checkpoint, okay. That seems to be a door that will get us to someplace that will allow me to obtain the key. Key is to the left. Yeah, okay, so now we see how this works, is that we have all these wigglers that are trapped inside these clown cars. They will very suddenly be released when the clown cars are destroyed by an on-off tile that knocks them out of the way. So this does reveal the entire mechanism. It seems like it is going to be based on a bit of a trap trigger here that is perhaps based on entity limit, where grabbing the key will activate the on-off and will force me to just kind of swim right away. It is a timed mechanism. Look at the little spotlights here of how they follow the sight lines of the trapped wigglers, actually. That's sort of neat. The sight lines on those spotlights. Very interesting. Okay, so do we have, once again, some kind of timed trigger that will allow us to get out of here? Yeah, a bit of an undersea horror level then. Wonder what that lower pipe was all about. Actually get a chance to check that properly. But that is to clear. So yeah, a bit of a horror joke level. Didn't really get it at first, but saw enough of it that I now understand it a little bit better. And yeah, I guess pulling it back and running away in the first segment was probably the right answer after all. Okay, let's move on to something a little more technically involved, I think. We'll maybe come back to some of Slanteva's levels later to see what they are like, but in the meantime, I wanted to make time for something that will be probably the hardest thing I play on this stream, which will be something by Salt Lake. Now, Salt Lake is a maker who I think has almost never exceeded 0.5 or 0.6%. The 9-course world that we see designated as Super Salt Lake World, I think, is something that is tuned around that expectation. Like, they consist of some of the easiest levels, and yet by easiest I mean around a 0.6 range. And so yeah, I will probably try to do the world in a different segment sometime when we can really afford to grind away at it and push as hard as we can. You can see right from top to first level is actually a 0.4. Yeah, I haven't really caught up on a lot of Salt Lake stuff here, so I'm going to pull up one of the older ones entitled Must Ask. The Musk-Ash Mustache, which is a very punny title for a level from August. It has a design of a Pokeball on it. 2 checkpoints, slower, easier level with dry bone shells and on-off switches. And we'll see what exactly Salt Lake means by slower and easier. So yeah, Salt Lake, definitely one of the more popular makers who operates at this level of difficulty. Yeah, you drop into it and you have to jump out right away. Fairly clear to me that's what's going on. Nope, I have to land in that shell accurately. Probably want to let up on the dash button to do that, in fact. Hey, Electrodude, welcome. I've been, of course, doing the weekly preview of the makers coming in this week's batch of 4YMM, and I was kind of dreading getting over to Salt Lake. Because Salt Lake has pretty much, I was saying earlier, never made anything under the, or over the 0.5% range. I mean, it was very clear to me what to do with the dry bones there, and we just needed to jump on that spot, crouch, let the thwomp get over, and then get down and jump out again, so yeah. So, Electrodude, you might want to know that Tino has already admitted to practicing for some of the first clear races. And so you'll want to keep that in mind when the codes come up later, that competition will be tight. But yeah, glad to see you around, though, for the weekly precursor session as we... Okay, so that's going to be a bounce over the dry bones, over the stump. Okay, pretty easy to read, actually. The interactions here are all fairly doable. It's just that in many cases you need to see them for the first time because everything goes by very quickly. Okay, yeah, down we go. Try to hug that location as closely as I can, such that we activate the thwomp, get on top of that dry bones. And, okay, we get on that on-off, we have to get back down onto Stump. Once we get back down onto Stump, we cross over to Bonsai Bill, yep. Very satisfying once you do actually read what's going on, I think. And also, whoops, know how much momentum you have to work with. Oh, you have lunch with your family. Okay, well. Priorities, priorities. Yeah, I hope you're doing well regardless. I started Paper Mario yesterday, and so we'll be doing a couple extra streams this week just to get through that. Doesn't draw as much of an audience, I think, just given that people who are interested in Paper Mario are also busy playing the game for themselves. Okay, I need to jump right, wrap back down to the left, get in that bone shell, jump back up to get on a blue platform. Oh, it's slow there. Yeah, just a little bit slow, but I have the correct order. Yeah, things are fine on this end. Been streaming, as I said, more than usual, and we'll try to keep up the schedule that we've been running with 4YMM on Tuesday and viewer levels in the usual spot on Thursday. But of course now I do have to accommodate Paper Mario in there as well, and so we'll be doing that a lot of the late shows. Okay, just needed to pick up a little bit more speed there. I was of course reading that for the first time. Going to be a jump out of that shell onto the upper on-off switch. Okay. So yeah, so far we've just seen levels by Exonum and Slanteva. I guess it's pronounced Slanteva? I'm not sure. And yeah, we've got a lot more to come. Lots to be excited about this week for new levels that are coming in. Okay, yeah, I do need to consistently drop that shell back on top of the muncher and use it for all 3 switches. Yeah, pretty fair level so far in terms of readability. It's just that I do have to be quick enough to beat the auto-scroll speed. That's the main challenge of everything we're doing here. Pull back. Have myself enough room. Nope, too late. Had to beat the drop there because of the one-way panels enforcing the minimum height I need in order to get out of that obstacle. That's looking a bit cleaner. And let's tap that. Yeah, I was a bit late on the key in the previous attempt. Oh, that's interesting. No, I need to just land on the shell directly, jump, hit the on-off switch, and then bounce out of the shell. Okay. I had the order a little bit mixed up there, just from gauging my height incorrectly. Oh yeah, it is a level that does require your reflexes and accuracy to be on point, but the actual technical requirement is absolutely within my reach. I think that's what I've found with some of Salt Lakes and difficulty tuning in the past, for sure, is that it takes some work, but it is something that I'm fairly confident I can do. Of course, at about 0.4%, this is one of the easier ones that he has made, so... Let's get out of here. Land as accurately on that chomp stump as I can. That will save time. allow me to... Whoops. Totally missed that on-off switch. Okay. Nope. Need to drop a little bit lower before we attempt that. And yep, go. You reckon the clear rate is inflated because of a high amount of plays? Inflated by a high amount of plays? You mean by just a lot of players who would drop out instantly, or? You've seen 0.4... Oh, I see what you mean. You've seen 0.4 much harder than this? Yeah, for sure. Could be partly a function of length, depending on the checkpoint spacing. But yeah, this feels pretty much on par with a lot of 1% levels I've seen, and so it could just be that it had a relatively large number of casual plays. Or maybe more attempts than usual from players at my level who see that this is, you know, not Kaizo, not really shell throw based or anything like that, and thus it looks very doable, even to the intermediate player. And that's going to be checkpoint. And, oh, that's going to be a total miss. Yeah, have to get around, have to drop into that shell on the left, sorry, on the right side. No, because I have to miss all that. I need to drop into the shell and jump out of it immediately in order to ride both cannonballs. There we go. That was just a miss. We were going slightly off screen there for getting into that jump. Nope. What is that? That's a POW block, okay. So yeah, it's going to be out of the shell to launch the POW block, out of the shell again to ride the POW block. Just occasionally need to see the stuff blind to understand it. Looks like the timing is going to be a little bit different from what I was anticipating. I do manage to get enough height off coming out of the bone shell, but I need a more reliable horizontal position in order to get out of that. Oh. Yeah. Takes a little bit of work, I think, to find the lowest point there, but it could also be that I'm not really reading that properly yet. There we go. That was correct. I just overcorrected a bit with the momentum going into that spike, so... I am right that I did need to delay slightly after launching the POW and approach it from the left side if I can. So we have the method, it's not the accuracy. Nope. Hesitated a little too much. That particular spot. Whoops. And got off to a slightly bad start that time. That was, once again, a bad start. Too many head bumps. Although, depending on the timing, I wonder if this shell is just outright skippable. depending on what kind of falling arc over that muncher is possible. Right, I fall down in there, and then I need to hit the POW in order to release the muncher, and then once I hit the POW, I jump out of the shell. A little bit late. Yeah, the nice thing about these levels is that while I wouldn't say it's completely tractable blind for somebody of sort of my level of accuracy and ability to read, that does not take too long to put together the sequence of what I'm supposed to do. Obviously, I am supposed to remain in the shell long enough to hit the POW block and then jump out to the muncher location. We'll get back there a couple times until we develop a reliable method for doing so. Yeah, it seems like I needed to build up maybe a little bit more speed there too. Oh, actually no. I need to hit the POW on the first jump out of the lower shell. I need to get back into the shell and then make a second separate jump. Get over to the location where I am removing the big muncher. Whoops. Bit inaccurate getting up to that question block anyway, so I knew that attempt was unlikely to come together. And yeah. There we go. Much better. Okay, and then we ride the left side over the conveyor. That was going to be a little bit too slow on that attempt anyway, since I was, once again, seeing it for the first time to understand prescribed order. It is now fairly clear to me what to do. Oops. Not too hard to understand. Okay. That burner looks momentarily scary, but is really not that bad at all. Okay, I probably did want to return to the lower level there. Once again, just processing the intended method for the first time. A couple of deaths are expected. A little bit late there. Or rather, I had the first jump come in a little too early. Okay, let's wrap around once more. Let that dip. Now, of course, this is still just CP1. I would expect that there is a CP2 to deal with. Not long from now. Okay. Note, need to just keep going forward. We are almost out of that segment. We have to be aware, of course, of the fact that the blasters are going to drop off at the end, which means I do need to ride the high one that is on the right side. Ride it as it drops off, not ride it too long, because I don't want to get trapped under one-way panels. And we're pretty much just 2 jumps away from clearing this segment, so came together rather quickly, and I think once again that, yeah, something like 0.4 is vastly overstating its difficulty. It is comparatively relaxed. It will, of course, give us a sense of what to expect from the clear rate of the 4YMM level that we're getting from Salt Lake, which I think is, from what I playtested, quite similar to this in terms of how intense it's going to be. Once again, I did need to ride the one on the right. So since that is going to reach a fairly large audience, and was expected all along to have one of the lowest clear rates of the project, something in the 0.5 range is definitely imaginable, rather, even though we have given an early version a look, and doesn't seem that hard, really, but certainly gives you a range of expectations when you play a level like this one. No, too late. Need to go really fast. And yeah. Oops. Occasionally, of course, just off by one tile. Need to do a fair bit to fix up those jumps. Oops. Hang on. Yep, just going to require a little bit of fix up here. Okay. This is all fine. Just need to be significantly faster about that switch. Maybe we can actually take the left blaster. There is a moment when it is still peaking above the one-way panels and is accessible. I feel like at this point I actually cannot race the one that is the taller blaster on the right, so we'll need a pretty decent level of control over momentum, of course, to get off of that blaster over to pipe exit on the right side. I think ultimately that's going to be doable as long as we don't keep making mistakes like that one. No. Really bad landing on the upper burner that time. That is one of those attempts that just makes you understand immediately that it's not going to happen. Okay. This has seemed fairly crisp this time around. No, once again, I do want a straight landing onto the left blaster. Yeah, a little bit of wiggle room on the initial jumps there, in terms of having some room to make a correction. Yeah, just gotta be quite efficient. Once again, should aim for the left blaster. I am being a little bit indecisive there, and that's the issue that we're running into, in spite of the fact that the one on the left does give me ample room. Ample room to proceed. Whoops. On we go. And what do we got here? Same as before. Alright, let's be very clear about aiming for the left this time. Yeah, there we go. That's all it took to clean that up. Just a bit of proper decisiveness. No, I needed to drop that shell accurately down to center column, because then I can land on it and reclaim it. No, that is going to be dependent on correct timing. Okay. No, I actually need to pop out of that right away. Seems like I'm going too slowly on that rather than too fast, actually. Okay. Nope, too slowly once again. And it's clear that I can optimize slightly in order to land on that one right away. Sweet. Later jumps all around. I don't need such a full jump every time. Nope, I needed to jump out of that, drop the shell on top of the thwomp, and get back onto it once I'm on the right side. Yeah, shorter jumps on segments like that where you clear the spike. That's pretty much all I need to do to tighten this up a bit to make all of that reliable. Whoops. Yeah, actually, given the difficulty tuning that we're seeing here, I mean, apart from the fact that the lives system in Super Worlds would eject us out of our earned checkpoints, I do think that playing Salt Lake's 9-course world on another Backlog stream sometime is something that would be well worth doing. Whoops. Shouldn't have fallen off the swamp there. Hey, the king, welcome. Hope you're doing well. And okay. Nope, miss. So yeah, huge pile of things for Salt Lake to get through eventually. The fact that most of them would have a similar difficulty tuning just makes that something worth doing when I can really put the time towards it. But, whoops. But these feel good. They're kind of right within the pocket of what I can do with my technique, given a little bit of practice. In that, in a level like this one, it's always very clear to me what's going to happen and how to read it. It's just that, in terms of the tightness of the timings on the moving parts, is just a little bit above what you would get from like a Bufflin or Bracky level. Yeah, it looks like we are to fall directly on the dry bones. It's nice high bounces to get on top of that bone shell and reclaim it. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah, it will be quite interesting to see how the player base deals with the new one that is coming. And I think they'll generally be fine, just given the rates that I've seen on some of the harder end of 4YMM so far, but Definitely seems like a lot of the more action-oriented makers have made things that are on the easy side for them. I mean, Space Pig's contribution is probably the easiest Space Pig level. Bufflin's, yeah, that's kind of on a gentler side for Bufflin, although Bufflin has a very consistent difficulty. Kind of true of the Bracky level that came out in week 3 as well. Very consistent difficulty. Played a lot of his levels in the past. Well, the tuning on them seems to feel generally quite similar. Okay, just need to have a more accurate landing. Yeah. And here, mostly gentle and satisfying. Obviously, we need to work on a bit of landing accuracy. Not just in that spot, but in general. And of course, when there are timing issues, seems like the safe assumption is that I am meant to go fast. So it looks like it's going to be left, right, left on dry bone to thwomp sequence. Very end there. Left, right, left. And I needed to actually drop that shell once again accurately on top of the thwomp. Need to lead the target slightly. Getting boned, I think that's true. Not too badly though. And whoops. Yeah, you can see that precision landings are not my strength. I mean, precision anything is not my strength, but in this specific level, just landing on target is often the thing that I need to deal with. But yeah, trying to do the shell drop a little bit to the right so it actually falls on the thwomp. Maybe doing that a bit high regardless. Once again, I think the solution to a lot of these is just to go faster. A bit cleaner. No, I just need to take off much earlier, in fact. Can't afford to dawdle around there for too long. And yeah. Yeah, that was way too far to the left of the thwomp that time. I knew I was going to be in trouble. Okay. Go. Okay, great. And not so great. Thought we were doing rather well for a second there. Maybe a bit overconfident in that result. Okay, left, right, left, go right away. And actually pay attention to my drop that time. Looks like we'll need to reclaim the bone shell and keep the bone shell past the spike top. Jumping on top of it, that's what I'm expecting to happen from the little that I have read ahead. But find out very soon if that's actually going to be the case. Oh, whoops. Nope. Somehow just missed jump out of that shell. Okay. Back we go. Very satisfying when those timings do come together, though. Need to tighten everything up around the edges. Should have that down in no time. Drop the shell a little far to the left that time. Maybe Green Luigi can help me land accurately. I accept that recommendation. That could very well be correct. Okay, Green Luigi, let's see if you know your business here. Hang on, let me actually mark that. Completed. Which will almost certainly throw off the timing here. Yeah, I mean, the King, I think Green Mario and Green Luigi can be very often confused. But that's okay, it just means that they can pass for each other at costume parties. Okay. Once again, whoops. Yep, we'll just need to have a decent level of control over my position on the x-axis over these very steep drops. That's part of the perceptual challenge of this level, is just being able to drop things accurately from great height and know which column you're on, which, I guess, yeah. See, once again, a bit of a missed drop. That time that was just a case of dropping too early, though. Fairly easy to fix. Oh. Okay. This one is a lot of fun, though. Okay, that's too far left. Yeah, that was going to be a problem. Yeah, from playing this, I really feel like we should eventually, probably once 4YMM is over, take a stream to do Salt Lake World. I don't know if I'll be able to do it in one session, but I mean, it's 9 levels, and 9 levels that are all around this difficulty, I think. At least from the estimate that I was seeing earlier. And of course, you have to accept that there will be a little bit of checkpoint lost time from game overs. But I feel like that's going to be something that is well worth doing. No need to hang left and land on a shell. That's one thing that I have not done successfully at all yet. Okay, too far left. Yeah, that was not going to go. Now, of course, this was advertised as something that is kind of slower and more relaxed than usual for Salt Lake anyway. Okay. Oh. That did not go. But yeah, it's actually not going to be jumping on top of that spike top, I think. It's going to be dodging it. I think. I have not really read that accurately yet, but it seems like if we permit the thwomp to continue by hitting the switches fast enough, then recovering my position on top of that shell is ultimately what we should do anyway. Remaining in the shell, of course, will affect some of my speed and momentum just from the bounce that you get on the ground. And yeah, that's a terrible position. Jump on top of it to hit a switch. Yeah, I'll see about that. I have to take a look once again at how the on-off activations in the top part right past the spike top are going to work. Haven't gotten a good look at it yet. Yeah. Oh, I see, yeah. That's the switch you were talking about, yes, because we do need enough height to hit that while doing everything fast enough to ensure the thwomp continues forward. Nope, too far left. Momentum was going to take me sailing right over the edge. Whoops. Seems to hang too far to the right on that spot. Rather often. Yeah, just gotta work on cleaning up some of these shell release timings. Okay. That was the right idea. I was just a little bit too slow to get back on the shell. That was absolutely the right idea, and then we do another jump and drop to hit the third on-off switch in that sequence. Yeah, all fairly doable. Whoops. Yeah, 3 very full-size segments, all using this central dry bone shell mechanic, making this a very complete feeling level. You can definitely see the length deflating the clear rate a bit, but it's the kind of length that feels just about perfect for me. Bad drop. I needed to get ahead of the thwomp slightly. And that's going to be the end. Unless there's a bit of an epilogue segment that we need to be aware of after we get out of the pipe. No, that was just a total miss. Too much hesitation getting off this one. Whoops. Okay. That was actually maybe a little bit too fast in terms of when I claimed that shell from the track. We tightened that up a little too well that time. Or maybe I just flubbed that jump. Okay, terrible position once again. Absolutely dreadful. And yeah, let's... Whoops. Hop out of there. And yeah, just need to do this until we clean it all up. I mean, at this point, I have seen all of the interactions that are required this segment, and also seen kind of adjustments are necessary. Got too slow there in terms of adjusting my initial position such that I could get an accurate jump on top of the spike top. There was some initial uncertainty about the fact that getting on top of the flying spike top while wearing the bone shell works the way that getting on top of a flying buzzy normally does, and that I just sit on top of it comfortably instead of getting a bounce. It's the kind of thing that I should know intuitively, but don't see that often. It's not a very common interaction, I think, so... Nope, needed to get ahead slightly. Can still jump while in the bounce of the shell, yeah. Oops. That would be an adjustment worth learning, I think. Okay. Nope, too soon, actually. Probably the only time in this level that I've done something too soon. Although, if I dropped the shell a little bit to the left, I could do it with that timing and still land safely on top of the spot, so... way off, way off. That was terrible. Absolutely dreadful. Okay. Nope. Sometimes you just know it's not going to happen. Okay, here we are. I mean, reasonably close to getting to the end here, just need to work on that shell drop placement at the very end. Okay, here we are. Yeah, a little far to the left. And look at that, actually going to accurately get out of that pipe for once. Might as well go for the full set of extra lives. So yeah, that was Must Ask. The Musk-Ash Mustache. Must Ask the Musk-Ash Mustache. 24-minute time on that, at least. Once you account for clearing the first segment, which did not actually take that long. And that was Salt Lake's definition of slower and easier. How many clears are there on this in total? 413? Yeah. Huge number of plays, though. A really great level from Salt Lake. Definitely a pretty decent indicator of what to expect from the new one we have coming. And as I was saying, definitely want to see the totality of Salt Lake's world at some point. I mean, huge level list to catch up on eventually, and each of these will require probably about the same learning curve as we just saw in the one just now. Yeah, I'd definitely love to run the world at a later point, and if we have some time later in the stream, I might come back in and do one or two more that were about that difficulty. They were pretty much exactly the kind of difficulty I like to manage in something like the Backlog stream. But yeah, thank you for the GGs. In the meantime, let's pull up a bit of counter-programming. Something by Lantis. Let's see if we can find Lantis. Atlantis looking very, very stylish. Also with a huge boatload of likes. Definitely a maker who specializes in some easier levels and has also brought back a couple of remakes of levels that were present in Maker 1. I think this was actually a Maker 1 revival or sequel of some sort. I'm going to pull up some levels that are kind of in the middle range of difficulty for Atlantis, which are still going to be the easiest things that we've seen today. I think Atlantis also has what is reputed to be the easiest level of 4YMM as a kind of counter-programming to Salt Lake. But in the meantime, we'll just take a look at some of this. So let's take a look at the most popular one by far, which is Forbidden Lake of Truth. Real eyes. Realize. Realize. And look at the reflection of truth on the top half of that preview image. Well, let's see what to expect. Certainly looks like there might be some kind of reflection mechanic going on. Let's take a look at the puzzle and what it involves. Okay, so yeah, it looks like it is a reflection-based level. I have seen a couple variants of this concept before. Obviously, the bottom half is going to tell me that that's a block. It's going to tell me that's a block. These are just going to be coins, yeah. I have seen a very similar take on this concept by a different maker before, I think. It is something familiar to me. I don't know if it originated from Atlantis or was just something very popular that a lot of people caught on to when it came to using the water theme. And yeah, let's just kind of stuff our way through these pipes. See what this is all about? Okay. Yeah, that's just going to tell me which pipes are safe. Looks like we should follow the arrow. Otherwise the other one might just be death. Okay. Fire flower appearing there in that pipe. That's kind of interesting. That is just decorative. And yeah, we have another question block that is on the other end. We do finally have access to the lower segment, which I think will be important because this guy is just going to block off completely, right? So we need to drop him. And quite possibly drop this guy as well, maybe. I mean, that would just kill him. Yeah. And I don't think having that guy come out is going to do anything for us, but let's just get up top. Yeah, I do kind of like this segment here where you do start to use both sides, and well, there is a requirement to grab both of the pink coins here. But we'll just go ahead and do that. Let's just leave that for the time being. Yeah, I can definitely see why this is so well liked. People who are playing in the medium to easy brackets, this will be one of the more interesting spatial concepts they will have seen. And okay, it looks like that's just going to tell me about a block that will allow me to get through this door here. And that's the goal. It's simple. Yeah, pretty much the definition of a popular easy level for people who had not seen that concept before. I do like how that concept is extended in the second segment in such a way that makes you use both the top and the bottom at once. So let's see some more by Atlantis. Let's take a look at a more recent one. Friendly Boo Manor. Canyon level using booze. This is going to be about 15% with a 5-minute record, so I'm kind of curious about this because one of the biggest projects that I had back in Maker 1, back in 2015, when I was still learning the game and making stuff that was barely functional, was also a companion Abu escort. And so I am always delighted to see other levels that make more polished use of that concept. If it involves something like guiding a boo or riding a boo. Yeah, always quite fond of the scale of some of these levels as well. I mean, they tend to be slower experiences, but I'm fine with that. Okay, Pow Block is just going to release the boo, which is going to have the bomb on top. Let's grab this first. I think ultimately I want to guide the boo down here such that the bomb gets crushed in the middle by these two question blocks. That's going to blow everything open. I see, that's just to make sure that this can be reset in the event that we need to reset it by going down pipe. So let's take the boo down here, crush the bomb. Okay. Here we go. Once again, it's going to be a bomb crush. I kind of wonder how that's actually going to... I'm going to get through. I see, because we actually need to drop the bomb accurately. Wait, we'll need to reset this. Grab a new helmet on the right side. Going to lock you in. Expected. I think the idea is that I need to probably get the bomb to run into the hard block here. Once I get it to run into the hard block here, then it's going to drop directly downwards and not be at risk of hitting any of the jump blocks. Yeah, because if I'm down very low, it's not going to let me do that. Okay, let's just drop this directly. Very good. Nice. A gentle escalation of the previous concept, just by applying a bit of new spatial reasoning. Oh, whoops, we have to redo this because I'm not paying attention to where the exit was, but... Nice, we just need to exercise a bit of aim here. And here we are. Yeah, pretty easy to understand. Here we're going to be releasing two boos. One is going to drop the bomb, the other one is going to ignite it. So let's get the bomb drop first. Oh, it's going to go a bit quickly. There we go. Barely made it. And okay, let's release that one, and then what's going to happen is that I need to have some pretty accurate control of height, because I don't want the bomb to be dropping prematurely, so let's try to drag down to the appropriate height as well as I can. Freeze it, move it up. And yeah, that's going to do the job pretty much exactly as I wanted. Now, this is going to be based on a boo movement where we want to avoid jump blocks at the very bottom. We also want to avoid the burners. So let's release. Whoops. I had to control the vine direction here, of course. Nope, the bomb dropped for some reason, I don't know why. Could be from the ceiling. Or why would it be? Let me try to... Nope. Let's reset. Yeah, okay. So let's... to escort this accurately this time. Oh, I see. I actually don't want the bomb to, I think, gain too much momentum there in terms of slipping off the boo. Not sure if it's that or the ceiling, but it's one of the two. That we might just be moving it over a little too quickly. Hang on, let's make sure the bomb is out of range here. Just barely. Controlling the vine direction is a little bit of a nuisance because the SMB1 vine-facing direction works counterintuitively when it comes to boos. Like if you turn away from the boo while you're on vine, you're actually facing it. Like you need to think in reverse when you are doing the vine climb. So yeah, let's think in reverse. Nudge this over gently without letting it pick up too much speed. And yeah, that'll be good. Now I do want to lower this slightly such that we don't have too many issues with the burners as we head over to right. Should be fine. Yeah, once again, nudge it over slowly. Nope. No, no, no. Yeah, this has been, so far, the most technically challenging escort to execute, simply because you not only feel the counterintuitive vine direction when it comes to facing the boo, but also the fact that you cannot let the boo and bomb pick up too much speed. Because once the boo starts to accelerate, it is no longer going to do its job. Okay. You know, like a fine position to be in, though. Okay. Let's not be too scared of the timer here. We don't want to rush this and die to rushing. Don't want the bomb to clip the top corner. Okay, so now let's get a nice rolled horizontal position. Vertical position, rather. Let's do the boo to inch its way over without dropping the bomb too soon. And yeah, we'll be able to get a crush there. There we go. "45 seconds remaining. Let's see if I hit a checkpoint." Oh, that was rather decorative element on the right side there. Okay, so this is going to be a fast boo. And a fast boo looks like maintaining height after its little initial flutter pattern. Part of the challenging facet of this one. We have 18 seconds. Try to get the drop on it. Now the thing about the fast boo that's kind of interesting is that it does allow the bomb to remain in position. So we're clearly not going to make it this round, but we might as well see what's going on here. Looks like it will be based on timed manipulation of the on-off switches that are hit by the shells on the top level. Not too threatening, that fire bar, thankfully. We need to inch this guy down. Nope. That was a ceiling issue. Yeah. I guess that is the cover image that we're seeing on the right side there. Nope, too fast. Yeah, I see what's going on there. It's actually when you have the boo moving very quickly and then you suddenly cut its momentum. That's what causes the bomb to fall off. That's why we can't let it build up too much speed. It's not the speed itself, but rather the stoppage when we just make it stop suddenly. Okay, is it going to ignite? Yeah, unfortunately it is. Just gotta reset that one. Really have to tuck it into the lower left corner before we take it all the way across. Okay. Yeah, no. Too much momentum, once again. Really do have to stop and go on that thing. And let's see how we do. No, too much once again. Really do have to inch it forward. No, that's going to be a disaster. Once again, having to reverse your sense of the facing direction once you are on the vine really does mess around with your boo control. The way that is specifically mental of obstacle rather than an execution-based one. And it's always satisfying to see something like that in the context of Mario, like things that are based on understanding what to do. No. Too close that time for the ignition. Once again, it was because of the vine facing direction, this time on the right side. That just kind of messed around a little bit with executing the solution. Drag this guy down low a little bit. Let the fire bar pass. No. Once again, I think that was a ceiling bump with those ground tiles. Have to keep the boo position rather low in order to get this down. Okay. Yeah, have it nice and low. There we go. And I have somehow contrived to lose a shelmet. Let's grab another one. Okay, so this is going to be based on a shell timer. And yeah, we need that to fire. Nope. You have to account for the wind-up time on the flying boo. First pow hit is always going to get rid of that shell. Okay. Okay. And then I need to lower it slightly. Let's get the bomb to fall into the center column. There we go. Always very satisfying to see that the boo release location always matches up with the exit door. Maybe not this one, depending on how it goes. It seems like we need to escort a muncher over to the P-switch. And yeah, that looks like it's very much going to be the idea, is drop the muncher onto P-switch. Once you drop the muncher onto P-switch, what will happen? It looks like it's going to be a release of this pipe location down here. We have 200 seconds. Let's just get going. Oh, I also see why I was losing the shelmet there, because that's what happens with the initial POW block activation. Let's wrap around this side. Have a bit of a zigzag pattern. Okay. See if I can lower it right here. There we go. Checkpoint, so there's more to go. And looks like we need to move the boo up. That's just going to act as a bit of an initial tutorial, I think, for an interaction that will be still to come. Looks like that's going to be it, is that we need to manipulate this such that on either side we manage to raise a POW. Yeah, just need to raise and lower. And then, nope. Yeah, you can see that muncher kind of slipping off already. Okay. Be easily understandable, though. Once you've gotten this far in the level, I think you pretty much have a straightforward idea of what to do. Hey, awesome lamp, welcome. Okay, we have 43 seconds left to do this. Looks like it is going to be a matter of lifting the POW over such that the thwomp is going to strike it. That's going to be a reset. 20 seconds left. Yeah, this is not going to be a winning attempt, but we did have a checkpoint just now, and so not overly worried about that. Let's see if we can just lower the POW in position. There we go. 1 second remaining. Going to die to time in what appeared to be the final room. But luckily, these interactions here are pretty easily repeatable without too much fuss. So, should be done with this in no time. Yep, once again. Now, is that actually going to come up? Yes. Okay, let's drop down, lower that whole thing before it falls off. And yeah, one trampoline is going to be lost in the process. We just have to be fairly accurate about retaining the other one. Oh, I see. It was lost because it was actually dropped on top of the donut block. That's a very unfortunate interaction there. But certainly a risk. A level that is set up like this one. Okay, we've seen this before. Let's just wrap around and give it a bit of a lift. And not yet, not yet. Let's... Oh no. Just barely missed. Let's reset this. Dropping the thwomp a little too aggressively. I wanted to pull the boo stack when I was out of range of the thwomp, and that would have been all that was needed to make that work. Nope. Too ambitious once again. No, that much is totally going to fall off the stack. That's going to be a disaster. Let's just reset that. Okay. Okay, let's drag this over with plenty of room to spare. And then just have the thwomp come down here, like that. That'll do. Not the tidiest. Could have done that a lot cleaner, but we won't complain too much about that. And looks like the final interaction in this level will just be a boo ride. Up to the flag. Let's see if there's anything else up top. Kind of curious. Of course there is. So yeah, let's see the bonus store. See if there's... Oh, whoops. Kind of blocked myself from getting in there. Whoops. And what is this? That's going to give you access to the cover art room, by the looks of it. Not much else here to look at besides the cover art, though, I think. Let's give you a fire flower. Yeah, we'll traverse the boo. Hard blocks are going to block off the very top of this layout. Okay, very nice, actually. As far as a patient boo escort puzzle left goes, I thought that made excellent use of its concept. Yeah, very satisfying puzzle level from Lantis. Let's take a look at a slightly more recent one. This is Undo Dog Redo. I think this might be either a remake or a sequel to something that Lantis made in Maker 1. But it's not one that I remember directly, so we'll just take a look at it and see what this 30% clear rate is all about. Yeah, definitely enjoying what I've seen of Lantis so far as a maker of gentle puzzles. Particularly with that last one. Okay, so that's just going to show you for the first time what that interaction is going to be. Obviously, no way to proceed just yet until we get down here. So we're going to see Undo Dog. Is Undo Dog going to work as an undo button? Oh, I see. We hit undo, and then a second interaction allows us to drop. Okay. We have a star here. Once again, we're going to have an undo. And that's going to... yeah, this is just entirely based on taking advantage of spawn blocks. Might as well grab this to see if there's anything that can be done on this end. That would, of course, reset the pipe position. Blaster position, rather. Not very usefully. It's just going to... oh, I see. Let's undo that. And see if that manipulates anything. That looks like it's a resettable... oh no, because we can drop this. I see, because that will ultimately drop a vine. I was hoping for something like a bomb, but I guess a bomb would not ignite on that spot. So we just need to drop the vine and climb gently up. Now, we can always drop on the other side, or no, we can't because that's blocking us, so let's hit the undo button. And what is that going to undo? That will be our undoing. This allows us... yes, that's right, because the first time through, this has been knocked downwards. We cannot climb up here because of the invisible block. Now we can get through because of how that block has been reset. So now that we have had some destruction there, let's hit the undo button yet again. And that allows me to drop that even lower. Okay, so far, so good. Yeah, fairly linear progression through this, I think. I mean, it's a neat little gimmick. It's not really so much of a puzzle per se, because there is always one very strict and directed thing to do. But we would want to have some kind of destructive mechanic that will persist through the respawn, such as the destruction of a specific brick. So I'd want to launch the Koopa on this side, actually. That would be much better. Or not. Okay, so this is more of a puzzle interaction that we see here now. Let me just back out. So, what do we see here that will actually be a persistent reaction? Hitting the POW will get rid of one muncher stack. We would want to get rid of both muncher stacks. A way to do that would be to come around the left and hit the question block that is on the left side, which of course had been destroyed in a previous round. Knocking that out isn't really going to do anything for me right now, I think. But hitting the checkpoint allows me to access this from the right side. And more importantly, it allows me to access the Koopa shell now that we can actually see everything coming in from over here. Yeah, specifically. And that should allow the Koopa shell to actually pass through onto this side. Yep. It had previously been expended. Now we're going to use that to destroy that block. Once destroyed, it lets us through here. Yeah, pretty interesting sequence of interactions overall, I think. Once it's destroyed, we're going to be coming back here to reactivate whatever mechanism was being set off by the track, and that's fairly clear what it's going to be because it's going to send a bomb over to this location where you need to send a bomb through instead of having it crushed by the swamp in precisely that manner. It is a bit of a timing check, so treat that as such. Nope, too soon. Too late, actually. Okay, let's just be careful with leaving enough room from the swamp. It's going to get completely destroyed. And it's going to get destroyed in such a way that if we were to respawn through here, because the bricks would stay demolished, everything would open up. Naturally? No, it actually doesn't. Okay, I was curious. I guess that would have depended on which of those question blocks actually had vines inside in order to force a respawn. So it was not clear to me that the cannon would remain activated, remain in its upper position. And now we have it. Okay, P-switch coming out of that side. We will need something that allows us to get on top. That's almost certainly going to involve coming through here. Yeah, I guess the Undo Dog theme is mostly just for... Oh, I see, because it resets the cannon position. By resetting the cannon position, have the opportunity, a quite gentle timing check to get back across. Okay, getting rid of that is going to work as some kind of reset as well. I don't know what this is all about. It will eventually be something that sends the Wiggler up to the top level with some activation of the question block down in the bottom right. And yeah, no, it is based on the repositioning of the P-switch. It has been made available. Likewise, this interaction here is going to be made possible by the fact that I will be able to respawn the Wiggler. Respawning the Wiggler allows me to drop a whole bunch of things off the top. Just kind of want to reactivate some of this anyway, just to see what's going on. Yeah, and that will allow me to make my way over. Oh, interesting too, that because we had activated everything previously, the flying blocks are available based on their initial position. That is a mechanic I rarely ever see used. Having flying invisible blocks respawn with their initial placements once activated. I almost never see that. I feel like I could make better use of it. Yeah, that's a mechanic to keep in mind. That's, I guess in a troll concept you would see it, but in an actual puzzle level, not very often. So, fairly straightforward and linear and direct course. I think the most interesting one we have seen by far was a friendly Boo Manor. Atlantis generally makes things that are extremely difficult to fail. And so, yeah, that's going to be a bit of a puzzle sampler to whet our appetite for whatever Atlantis has in store for us shortly with the 4YMM levels coming up. In the meantime, let's switch back to some platforming. So, where is GM Pascal? GM Pascal is another maker who I have not played in Maker 2, but who has been kind of known among maker communities for some time, as you can see by the sizable number of plays on his various creations. Look at the only thing that he has uploaded since the 3.0 patch, which was Ludwig's Laser Mecha Koopa puzzle. He's got a 6-star difficulty rating system. Don't really know why you need that much granularity, but I guess we'll find out why this is rated a 4 out of 6, which is indicative of 3%. Thank you for watching us get through the puzzles earlier. Yeah, in the meantime, we're going to see an initial activation into the off state. I wonder how much of that is an aesthetic decision just to get colors to match nicely. This will release a snowball. Snowball will allow us to do what? Probably jump up here. Jump up here using the wall jump, though. But luckily, the snowballs are very quickly dispensed if we're being inaccurate. So yeah, that's just a bit of a wall jump check to make sure the player knows how to do it. That's the main thing it's accomplishing. Now, what is Mecha Koopa going to do for me? Wonder if I will eventually need to move it. Oh, whoops. Okay, so much for Fire Flower. I guess I could have grabbed it and transported it if I really felt like doing so. In the meantime, we're going to have fire bars on tracks. Okay, I see. So I actually do need a safety zone on the left. I knew that was going to happen. I see. So this is going to be coin collection based on 5 pink coins. Don't know if it's going to be 4 and a safety, or if all 5 coins are going to be in this initial zone. I probably shouldn't have consumed both fire flowers at once, given that one was clearly meant to be a reload in this non-linear layout. So far, we've only seen 1 coin location. That's yeah, so this is going to give me what? Want a mushroom? Not going to be too useful there. Okay, I guess it is a layout that's more linear than I might have given it credit for. You have a lot of those hard ice blocks that looks like they might be liable to be smashed at any moment, but we'll have to play a little longer to see if that's going to be the case. Play safely as you get back down there. Oh, bit of a weird jump here, but we managed to make it. Bit of a weird jump if you are in fact tall. Let's try to activate this. Okay. Don't need a fire flower to do that job. We need a wall jump to do this job, though. And zappity zap. Oh. Yeah, still on the first coin so far. I haven't seen where the second coin it could be. That looks like a suspicious wall jump location that was barely out of reach, but I guess not, given the... Oh, didn't even see the muncher on top of that stack. Okay, let's grab one of these guys. Not that we'll really have an opportunity to come back once we get through the middle segment, so... Never mind, I guess that's mostly done for symmetry. Up we go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we know actually from experience that I don't need that. Don't need anything on that side, in fact. Okay, so we need to deal with that slightly weird skewer location here. Nope. Yeah, just gotta jump from vine to vine. Nice short jumps, keeping my head under the saw blades there. Losing the fire flower in the early segment, and losing both fire flowers before you're able to unlock that snowball would of course be a classic example of an SD lock. Very early in the level, of course, easy to restart, but only the kind of thing that you start to notice. Ah, I see. So that was the issue here earlier, was that we had not been able to beat the timing that allowed those bricks to stay alive. That's why it felt like such a weird segment, is because it was supposed to be significantly safer. Couldn't really have known that from the timing I had going in, but we'll deal with that regardless. And move on up. Okay. That's progress in a fashion. Okay, have to mind this barely visible muncher. And okay, that's fine. That's going to get us across safely, but I am still only going to be at 1 coin so far. I would expect that the last one is a safety coin, just given that we are now past checkpoint 1. And then it's going to be poison for some reason. This whole thing has thawed. Looks like that is just a bonus location. Oops. Oh. And okay, that's going to get everything to look blue. Yeah, that's primarily what the on-off state is doing, I think, just to get that blue coloration in for aesthetic reasons all over this level. At least all over the initial ice zone. Okay, going to have a couple of mechas that are jumpable. Going to miss that completely. So yeah, I guess we have 1-ups on the other side. That will probably be quite close to the exit of the entire level. But in the meantime, let's see what's up ahead. We need to get a jump off this guy. 1, 2. I think probably dumping him in poison is not going to do that much useful, but rolling over here would be good. Oh, Lemmy, okay. Let's see what Lemmy's going to get us. Access cross segment here. Good to have both Lemmys facing the appropriate direction then. Going to eventually need a wall jump up there. And okay. Yeah, might as well form that entire bridge because that looks like it's going to be necessary. Now, what's up with this guy? Series of wall jumps here. That looks like it's probably a reset door. I did miss that entire coin earlier, though. I wonder if the coins are actually, in fact, optional. And that we missed a setup that depended on activating those blocks that we saw earlier on. Yeah, it could be that we're just missing true ending here. Okay. Weird little single tile wall jumps all over the place here. Okay, this little cycle here is just going to tell you what to expect in terms of how the mechas are going to rotate around. I, of course, once again, didn't really pay attention to the munchers that were on top of that stack and which had collision. The collision was what killed us in that location. Nope, too fast. Okay, here we are. And yep, let's pop this guy. Might as well drop him as well. Nice to have a bit of a safety buffer with Lemmy there. Ah, I see. Getting above the coins here is how it would get across. And it's too bad that that is kind of dependent on making a point of damage. It's sort of unfortunate given that it doesn't quite give you enough space to do a safe slide. Like a mild oversight to me. Okay. Wall jump up. Let's see what we're dealing with over here. Okay. And yeah, I'll wait for that flower. Seemed ideal. And yeah, we'll let these guys pass. Having a fire flower available directly at checkpoint is kind of nice. I wonder if that is progressive. It looks like it might be. And wow, that's 2 coins right there. Okay, so no safety coin. We just need to be aware of the potential for key death from this point onward. Wait, but why don't I just get through this door now? And not fight Ludwig, or what was probably a second key. Let's see, because if there is a bonus door, it feels like I completely cheese that. Unless getting the coins just allows you to straight up bypass Ludwig. This looks like it's probably a key zone? No, it's not. That's kind of strange, that by collecting... I mean, I guess that is an incentive to collect optional coins. That it would allow you to skip the boss entirely, but that did seem like a bit of a strange way of going about setting up that exit. Okay, a little bit weird, but we'll take it. A lot of the platforming in the middle with the Laser Mecha Koopas was pretty decently thought out. Let's do one more from GM Pascal just to kind of get a sense of him as a designer. Let's take a look at one of the most popular levels by him, which is rated 4 out of 5 stars rather than 6 that we saw earlier. And it is a 10% clear rate, and so something that we shouldn't worry too much about, I think, but it's going to be Spikeball Bastion, a Spikeball themed castle from early March. And there's a shroom. And here we go. Yeah, it looks like we just need to follow this pattern. We do have plenty of opportunity to see it. Okay, gonna wall jump around a little bit to dodge this guy. Nothing up there in the top slot. Okay, got hit in the face. And yeah, that's a decorative pipe. Don't mind that at all, of course. But sort of interesting how these pipes are assembled aesthetically in multiple segments. I think that's almost certainly just done to get the look and feel of this castle to, yeah, a little bit more unique. Not quite so clean as a lot of standard Mario levels would be. Whoops, okay. Know how I slipped in there and picked it up directly. But yeah, you can see with some of the dash panels and ceilings as well that it is an attempt to get as much mileage as possible out of 3D World in terms of decorative art, which is a very difficult thing to do. But just using things like dash panels and the clear pipes to create a bit more of a finished look to it. An analog look, like we would get in standard styles, particularly in SMB1, where a lot of that decorative prowess is often on display. Looks like we have indications of potential keys. We can't pick those up, obviously, but that's either we missed a key, or there is one that's going to be coming. Yeah, there we go. Whoops, no. Missed a wall jump there because I did not plan accordingly for the suddenness of a drop when nudged up against a wall of conveyors pointing downwards and pushing me downwards. Luckily, we do have a checkpoint right there. You can see where that checkpoint placement is coming from, for sure. Okay, gonna have a pom-pom fight. That's not something we see every day. It can be very tricky sometimes to get decent use out of pom-pom. Real ones on the left. Grab the mushroom refresh. And with her spike minions out of the way, that should be a fairly simple sequence of 3 hits. You can see because of the warp block exit that there was a little bit of a struggle with symmetry in designing this room, in that you had 2 ground columns on the left, mismatched with one on the right, simply because you did have the room symmetrically organized around pom-pom and the exit warp block. Very end, it looks like it was certainly possible to get up to the top left if I built some crates really quickly, placed a crate and got on top of them. I think it was actually entirely possible to see whatever was up there, but meantime, that is about what I expected of a 10% level. So yeah, with that, let's take a look at Rhythm Fortress. Difficulty 4 out of 5, and this time it's going to have a 3% clear rate, and it looks like it's almost certainly going to be based on rhythmic activation of on-off blocks. We'll see what Pascal did with it. And what do we got here? Whoops. Yep. Everything is just kind of based on a synchronized timer. Just kind of have to feel the rhythm, I think. The visual indication is, well, from all the moving parts. Like, everything is a visual indication of everything else. Because we are not really going to see an on-screen switch mechanism. That was poorly judged. Okay, let's start with a mushroom. Maybe a bit reckless there, but... Okay, a bit reckless there as well. Yeah, the third of those sinks all the way. The other ones are actually safe. No, I need a bit of a claw swing there to account for the fact that the red-blue state blocks are going to obstruct my progress forward. Okay. Have a bit of a reactivation here. Nope. Wow, I just completely missed it. And let's see here. Yeah, just going to make it over gently. You have to kind of eyeball some of the rhythms here, but I think the concept basically tidy enough to work. Okay. That was slightly risky. But the timings in general are gentle enough to work with. And I say that right as I died to checkpoint once again from a clear error of judgment on my part. Okay. I think there is some effort to make the switch activations synchronized with the bar lines in the music. I don't think it holds for very long, though. There's a clear effort to make it approximately one activation per bar of 4 beats. But it does desync. And I think it would be very difficult to get that to line up with the music track perfectly, in any case. That would depend, of course, on the design of your switch mechanism. You can see that there's a little bit of latency between the on-off activation and the actual moving parts. Like the bullet blasters activating, that is somewhat to be expected. Just given that there would be a bit of mechanism activation time going on. Oh. Risky once again. And yeah. Nope. Just missed the jump button when I thought I needed it. So. Pretty manageable. It does require a little bit of patience. A little bit of patience and plenty of jump adjustment along the way. Some nice low jumps from time to time. Okay. Get straight through there. Whoops. Okay, that's going to be a peaceful checkpoint. Oh, love this little hub here, where you can see the result of the activation at junction of the pipes. That's a very neat little use of a junction that actually provides you with useful information. Oh, didn't know the POW was going to slide off like that. I was expecting that it would just go back and forth on those blocks. I thought that was what was clearly being signaled. Also notice that when you respawn, you are respawning out of range of the initial mechanism, indicating to me that it is a mechanism that is activated from the start of the section and prolonged through the use of global ground. Okay. I think I can probably just go up, right? That's just a bonus location, though. Okay. Pretty clear what to do here. Oh. Add timing. Okay, fairly evident what is going to go on, as long as we can just read the timer. Whoops, didn't expect the head bump there. Okay. That went pretty cleanly. And yeah. Nope. That's one of those situations where you do anticipate exactly what's going to happen about a second ahead of time, and you just have no way of stopping it. You just know in advance what kind of disaster lies in store. Okay, let's actually read a timer accurately. Ugh, don't really like the height in that when we have the mushroom. It has a lot of cool uses, yeah. I like the amount of variety it has when it comes to the track patterns, the conveyor patterns rather, for actually moving things around in some unexpected directions. And like I said, like everything is kind of a timing indicator for everything else. You might not be able to see the global switch mechanism that was activated at the start, but you don't need to, because there is always some other element, of course, that is giving you a visual cue to work with. Yeah, that's just going to be a tight jump, I think. I really need to stop treating that like I actually have enough room to move around. As you can see, I'm kind of bumping up against a spike block that is buried under the saw blade, which is just extra punishment. Okay, on we go. And let's see what else we can do here. Whoops. Okay, a little bit sloppy, but that worked. Okay, so I was trying to beat that. I did see that coming. I was just thinking that the red pipe spawn timing, despite being fastest spawn timing, I was hoping would not be that aggressive with spawning multiple objects in succession. Sometimes it takes a moment to adjust to what the pipe spawning behaviors are going to be when it comes to multiple enemies coming out of them and remaining alive at once. Okay, whoops. Got it. Not too threatening here. Yeah, you can just barely see that in spite of the spawn timing of the munchers being something that takes a little bit of initial adjustment. Whoops. No, I actually do need to go under. Otherwise, the Muncher Crush actually does fire right away as soon as it retracts. I was saying something about the spawn timings. Oh yeah, no, that Obviously, this is not an auto-scroll, and you have control over when objects are going to spawn into the camera, but no matter when you do that, the use of the on-offs to realign objects on conveyor belts means that they are still going to activate consistently, and the thing I'm talking about is most visible when you get over to the boos in just a moment. Yeah, you can see that the boos don't actually spawn in a matched position, but it doesn't matter because the conveyor belts actually force them to match. Okay, let's grab that cloud while we can. Wander lonely as a cloud. Guess we missed that 50 coin down low. We really trusted light pattern. Whoops. Okay, really did need to slide across. And even so, that's too much room to slide across that I think we actually have, yeah, it had Small Mario enforced here, and you can immediately see why, because Small Mario would not be able to break this thing. As we try to nuke Boom Boom up above. And so yeah, that is a Small Mario check. Sort of interesting that we only have a boost stack on the right side and not on the left side. There's nothing going on the left conveyor belts right now. I wonder if that was intentional. Because it certainly seems like I trivialized this a bit. I feel like there must have been a boost stack on the left side that was intended and somehow we failed to activate it. I really get that sense. That we broke something about that room. On the other hand, no, that's just castle decoration. Once again, with the use of the switches as a three-way junction. And let's see what's going on here. Nothing much to manipulate, so let's just get the clear. Yeah, little bit of a strange moment again near the end, and not even the first time we've seen that with Pascal because of the way that the first level we looked at with the Zappa Mecha Koopas on the ice level. At that time you had that kind of coin path that let you undercut the boss as well. This time I think we probably just bugged it out. In terms of not having to engage fully with the boss fight, which was quite intentionally, I think, set up to make you dash between left and right to hit the on-off switches on either side and probably dodge boost stacks on both sides. We clearly didn't see anything presenting a threat on the left side, and that certainly seemed like it was not the behavior that was designed. Regardless, that's a decent set of levels from Pascal that we've just seen. And let's move on to showing somebody else. So, let me scan my list here and see if we can find Noir, who is a Japanese maker. I better get my Google Translate ready. And you can see that Noir already has her 4YMM level up. This is actually the first one that I've seen come up already. So anybody who might be lurking around and trying to gun for the first clear, looks like Kavik is already on the case. Looks like, yeah, a couple of the makers that we've been showing off as well have been on the case, and I'm going to grab that while it's hot. In the meantime, though, we're going to look at some levels by Noir that are a little older. Beginning with Boom Boom Locomotive, which, well, I mean, it's a train level. Apparently Boom Boom is a chicken. We see no clear conditions at 100 coins appear to be just an indicator of optional content. It has an objective that you can go for on the side. Rather nice to have that indicator, but let me just pull up my translation engine and see if the Japanese text is going to tell me anything interesting that we haven't already seen. Ah, okay, so it translates as a Boom Boom being a coward, which I guess is the sort of chicken we're looking for, that Boom Boom is trying to hide from you. It's not that he's flapping his wings and clucking and laying eggs. Not that kind of chicken. But yeah, we got 3% on this. We'll see how it goes. Thank you once again for the GG on previous level. Okay. Interesting. Oh, I see. Airship camera bob. As we progress throughout each successive cart of this auto-scrolling train. These are just connecting points between the carriages. This is going to be a chomp ride with a constricted vertical camera position, making it slightly risky to go for that 10 coin. This is going to be a segment that allows me to come down here. Nice to have a bit of a safe landing point at the end there, so I didn't need to eject myself out of there right away. Look at those ghosts guarding the train up top. Yeah, pretty fancy train carriage level so far. Let's let the thwomp blast our way in. Okay, barely made it out of there. And of course we're going to check the higher position here just to see if there's anything going on. Totally looks like there's a breakable scroll stop on the right side of the train, but nothing triggering a break, so why don't I just continue onwards? And so yeah, here we are in one of the main compartments. Clearly I'm supposed to use the chomp as a way to get up here, which we have done. Can't really see what's going on down there. Yeah, as a pretty much pure aesthetic experience, this has been quite good for a train level. Very nice, spacious look once we got out of the initial carriages. I think train levels have always had their own sense of popularity in some ways. Okay, let's toggle the on-off switch. Now, the on-off is going to kind of decouple the train, isn't it? Because we saw an on-off state block at the very end of the previous segment as we were entering the carriage. I think once we get back out, that's going to show us what happens with the scroll break up top. In fact, I'm fairly certain that's what's going to happen. Side thwomp. Yeah, we're going to get out of here. That's going to manipulate some of the obstacles we take on our way back. And look at that, we've decoupled the carriage. And now the story continues. Interesting that these boos will just kind of drop safely on the ground like that. Let's grab the checkpoint. Yeah, I love the way aesthetically that this continuation works once we activate the on-off switch. I had, once again, noticed the coupling right as we exited the yellow pipe the first time. I noticed the scroll stop as well, but the fact that we actually have a custom scroll to put to use here in this way really kind of tells me to expect the same thing, that we're going to decouple once again. And custom scroll is going to continue onwards and get us out the exit. So really interesting use of custom scroll for this level too. Okay, just activate on off switches on either side. Yeah, one-way panels are going to keep me protected. Yeah, let's just get rid of these one by one. I think once we get rid of the last one, that's going to give me a key. Guessing. You have to go? Yeah, Electritude. Enjoy your lunch. And enjoy the levels that have come up when you get a chance to play them. Okay, let's grab that mushroom. And what's this thwomp going to do here? I guess the thwomp needs to kill the chomp. Why don't we stand out of the way until the chomp gets under? That's not going to give me a key, okay. That is, however, going to release the entity limit, such that I get a POW. Why don't we drop the big thwomp, and then you get with a POW. Really interesting multi-phase fight here. Didn't even know that entity limit trickery was going on until I saw the POW pop out. And Boom Boom is going to remain a coward. Try to make his getaway. And Boom Boom is actually going to successfully make his getaway. Alright. Guess we didn't get to do anything about Boom Boom. Unless, of course, this is part of a larger extended story sequence. Yeah, okay, that one was a lot of fun from Noir. Let's take a look at one of Noir's most popular levels, which is Mysterious 3 Keys. It's a high clear percentage puzzle of some sort. Also, once again, has an optional 100 coin objective. So yeah, Mysterious 3 Keys. The remains of this desert are still covered with many mysteries. It seems that the closed road will appear when all key fragments are collected, so we'll see if it actually is based on keys, or if it's based on coins, or whether, once again, entity limit trickery is going to be at work. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, we're gonna have Desert Wind. We're going to have 3 keys. This one will be obtainable just by slipping into the side. And obtaining the 3rd key is going to clearly break the scroll stop wall on the right side, using the entity limit trick to release a trampoline. Once again, 3 keys at a time, yeah. And yep, just very simple series of puzzles, I think, to take advantage of the Desert Wind for the first time, as we see here. That is going to be necessary. The expectation is that you are going to be carrying a mushroom that you have to in order to break this. And once again, that's going to have an instant release. And yeah, 1 key. And then what? Look at this potentially naked pipe up here. Oh, I see you. Drop down here with these coins. Okay, that's interesting. A little bit of off-screen play. Interesting that you have inward-pointing naked pipes actually used for intentional decorative purposes. If you look carefully at what was going on the top left. And yeah, we see where those keys are going to be. So wait for the Desert Wind this time, just to let the whole thing blow over. And that's going to, once again, have some kind of crush. Load in 3 keys once again. By the time we have the next pipe available, kind of paying a little bit of attention to what's going on with the positioning here, taking advantage, of course, of the trampoline and the Desert Wind that time. Yeah, looking at some of the horizontal positioning of each key as they spawn in, just to study in the back of my mind how the entity setup is working, with all of the keys blocking up that limit by the time you have any available pipe. Looks like the intention here is to actually go down that pipe, perhaps. But that's... whoa, okay, bad idea. Nope, worst idea. Okay. Nope. I see, no, because that's a ground block up top. And that's why I could not actually get into that top corner. If I were paying attention, I would have known that. I would have known it quite clearly. So let's just follow the intended progression for once. That's going to remove nighttime conditions and desert wind. Also going to remove Luigi's face. Yeah, it just took me a moment to adjust to what was going on down there as we entered this lovely looking temple. Beautifully decorated, by the way. And you can see that it is kind of continuous with the space from up above. The artwork is meant to make you think that this is just a direct continuation, albeit getting you out of those outdoor nighttime conditions. Okay, so what's that blaster going to do for me? That blaster isn't going to do much yet. Until we activate some entity-based trickery. Yep, which is going to spawn that muncher, which is also going to permit some of these other mechanisms above to break eventually, I'm sure. Okay, that's sort of interesting. Looks like this is some kind of puzzle clue. Interesting series of geometries here. Don't know if this is memory-based or something else. I have no idea informationally what this is supposed to tell me, except maybe these are just supposed to be hieroglyphs. Let's keep this in mind. There might be some kind of spatial puzzle that requires good memory for this stuff. That would seem like a pretty complex idea for what we're doing, though, so maybe it is just decorative. Anyway, we are going to bust away back through. Grab the 10 coin in the meantime. And yeah. Let's see what's going on over here. We have the release of a couple of twisters. And that's going to allow me to get back upstairs. And yeah, that's going to be, once again, entity-based as a way to unlock an exit path. That will also allow me to nuke all of these thwomps, kind of displaced the trampoline in that one location. But yeah, let's grab the flower. Notice how we have this really interesting piece of tech here, actually, in terms of having the trampolines spawn. I sort of wonder what was blocking that earlier that made that possible. Could have been a bomb-based spawn block, where something detonated the first time we saw this location. Instead, it revealed these two trampolines that would not only enforce a bit of a gate, but who knows? Get rid of 3 entities. That will be enough to send us through. Yeah, this level is full of surprises. And that's the flagpole. Lovely flagpole design, by the way. This is really quite a beautifully decorated level. I guess the hieroglyphs we saw at the bottom were really, after all, just aesthetic hieroglyphs. Unless they were some kind of other signature or approximating something in Japanese, but it didn't look that way.
yeah, those were the mysterious 3 keys. Let's look at one more from Noir. We will, of course, save Master of the Rhythms for our actual 4YMM special. But let's take a look at the most recent one prior to that, which is Snowballs and Snow-Covered Forest. I think, at this point we've seen that Noir is very, very good at making these environments that are aesthetically very memorable and complete. We'll see that's true of here as well. Let me just pull out the translation engine once again to take a look at the description text. Probably just an instruction to break all snowballs, but let's just absolutely clear. It says, carefully consider the procedure to erase all snowballs. Now you'll notice that the level titles are in English, but in the brackets, the Japanese text that is in the brackets is the Japanese translation of the English title. So yeah, let's see this once again, Snowballs and Snow-Covered Forest. And grab the 30 coin. And, yep, I mean, that's a snow-covered forest. There's no denying it. Looks like there will be some kind of on-off switch that we want, though, in order to get over here. Oh. Might be entity-based, once again, where instead of destroying keys, we destroy snowballs. And pokies. And everything else besides. Of course, stomping the pokey would give me an additional snowball. That would allow me to destroy that one, and yay! Let's take a look around here. Oh, look at that. Pink coin. I have no idea how I am supposed to get that. Well, this is simple enough that, yeah, we can just kind of scan around and possibly redo it if we're missing some pink coins. And it is nice, by the way, that you see Japanese makers translate their titles to English. I mean, not all of them, certainly. A lot of them do, though. I think all of the Japanese makers I follow, even if they have Japanese names and description text, there usually is something bilingual that is visible. Do I want to... Oh no, I wanted to fire this in such a way that it would roll back down, wouldn't it? I think I will need to use that reset door. But yeah, I mean, I think there are some fairly clear reasons why we don't see Westerners translating into Japanese. But if you're thinking about, levels that are German titles or something, yeah, it's quite true. So that's going to be kind of momentum-based. We just do a gentle drop. That'll get rid of that. Okay, so that's just actually a soft drop-based micro-puzzle. That's very satisfying. Once again, going to get rid of some snowballs. Gating that off. And once again, getting rid of this guy on the left will allow me to... Oh, I could probably reclaim that snowball, actually, just by stomping it twice. And in fact, I think that will be necessary. In the meantime, also thinking about how that coin collection is going to work. Probably just by pushing this to the side right away. But if I push this to the side right away, how do I get rid of the pokey? That's going to take a little bit of thought. But no, actually, that's fine, because the coin collection stays when I respawn. That is actually not an issue at... Nope, missed that. I do want to pick up the small snowball first. Pick it up. Then send a big one through. No. Probably wanted to soft drop that in a safe location. Nice little puzzle interaction here, actually. I do enjoy this one quite a bit. Very memorable look and feel to it as well. Soft drop this guy. Send that through. Send this through. Enough. Okay. We have a pokey up there that will give me a small snowball. I think that's fairly clear in terms of what I can do with it. Except that I would need a small snowball carried up here in order to nuke this guy in the first place. So why don't I carry this one up? And fire this. There we go. And now what's the desired order? I think I actually want to set this down here. I don't know if it'll actually act as ground the way I want to. I think it should. Yeah. And then take this one out. Oh, no, I missed. Okay, I have to redo this. Yeah, really interesting sequence of puzzles, actually, that are very beautifully disguised, laid out in this level. And that you just have all these really fascinating sequential puzzles that do require you to activate these snowballs in a specific logical order. And each of these puzzle rooms feels a little bit different, like they all challenge you to think about it in a unique way. Okay, no, that's wrong. I mean, obviously, nuking that guy to the right would do a lot of good. Once again, oh, you know what? Let's respawn this, because if I get on top of the big snowball, no, I can't. Hoping to bounce off of it. I was hoping to get a nice high jump off of one of these balls that would allow me to then get a jump up on the upper level for the pink coin collection. I can still do that. Alright, let's maybe soft drop this guy on the left side. Yeah. 99 seconds remaining. Oh, interesting. That one of them has already been detected as destroyed. Nope. Okay, so I actually do need 2 hits on the right side. So that is going to require that I pick these up in a specific order. I think if I pick up the middle one first, they remain balanced. And if it remains balanced, then all is well. Because then I can pick up the third one instead of kicking it like I just did carelessly. And I can get the third hit. That takes out the snowball dropped by the pokey. Watch this. No. It's just going to barely not acquire enough momentum to do that on its own. Oh no, okay. Actually do need to jump on top of it to reclaim it. Just a lot of little execution mistakes here as I learned the finer points of actually stopping and activating these snowballs. We have some time to go before the end. I know that because of the status of our coin collection, but I'll just get a checkpoint right in time. And I'll check the left side as well, just to see if there's anything to look forward to above the tree. Okay. Yeah, very satisfying series of puzzles. I like this one quite a bit. Okay. So once again, we have what looks like a bit of a 3-hit gate on the bottom layer, which would give me a small snowball that slides down the slope, I think. If we kill the Pokey in a good position, that's what it would do. But I need to kill it in a higher position so the snowball actually does come down the slope. It is going to be timing dependent. And yeah, is it going to roll over far enough? Yes. Now I strike this one. No, I don't. I was hoping to strike it because then the trampoline would send it back over. But that's not how it's going to work. Let me think about how it's going to work. I think I actually need to carry Snowball back through the door just to have an extra. Just watch this. Watch this. I'm going to grab the Snowball. I'm going to come through the door. And nope, that's what the Snowball gating is supposed to do. It prevents you from carrying items forward. Okay, that's fairly clever, actually. So instead, what do? We drop that out. Nope. Have to actually stomp on it first to pick it up. Too soon. Let's actually let it work its way up the slope first. Oh, okay. The position from which you hit it actually matters quite a bit. So, yeah, that's actually important. Nope, sorry. I did want to bump it from the lower level to pop that up slightly. Or maybe just push it like that. Push it like that. That would give me that snowball. And allow me to bust this one. Yay. Well, here's an additional coin. Might as well just grab hold of it. Okay. Interesting that actually does not allow me to get through. Okay, no, that's fine. I actually just need to ride this out on this side. Oh, I see, and then I need to take out that pokey completely. By firing every one of these, probably. Okay, oh, nope. Needed 2 more to hit it in the head. Quite close there, though. Nope, lost one. So yeah, a kind of low-depth snowball fight. Really interesting snowball fight boss, actually. Very unconventional. I'm gonna lose that one. And we were 2 behind anyway, so... Nope. Oh no, I actually needed one of the ones at the end. Because we actually got, I think, maybe a nice double hit earlier on. Nope, missed. But I can occasionally get a double hit, right? Or am I wrong? That seems wrong. Or at least unreliable, so... Let's not depend too heavily on good technique. Good technique is never really dependable on this stream. Never really going to be the expectation, but as long as we catch each of these accurately, it's going to give me enough to work with. Except now we are left with that straggler at the bottom, and no way to deal with it. Okay, that's a bit of an issue. But we did kill the bulky... Okay. Hang on. Didn't account for that final snowball at the very end. And missed one, okay. Really do need to land every single hit then. Oh. Okay. Okay, well. I am 1 short. That tells me that I need to rethink something here. Quite possibly I just need to jump over the entire sequence. I don't think so, actually. That does make sense to me. Maybe I do need a good solid double hit somewhere. I don't know if that's actually possible. Like... Can I ever actually get a double hit? That's a question. I mean, it would be a great help if I never missed in the first place, but... Yeah, I need to figure out how I am 1 short and what I can do with that. Apparently I don't really see a direct solution. That time I actually had enough. I don't know why. Okay, I think I am just consistently missing 1 shot. And that's almost certainly just all there is to the explanation. Yeah. That was all there is to it. I was just inaccurate and not really tracking that properly, so... Okay, so, yeah, of course we're gonna grab that. Worked pretty hard for it. That's going to give me a fire flower, and the fire flower is going to unlock something at the end. Isn't it? It's going to unlock a coin. Let's... that. Quite possibly there's some kind of spawn block that's going on. So it's going to be a bonus. We only have 24 seconds left, unfortunately. So... I doubt I'll be able to do very much with the bonus. But let's just see what this room is all about. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, I need to get rid of this so I can get out. 3 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Am I seriously going to die? I'm going to die. Alright, fine. Let's redo this part. That's... maybe now that we've solved some of the puzzles... Oh no, and I have key depth as well. That's okay, we saw the final segment. That's fine. It's just that I won't have a chance. This is pretty much the only way that key depth can happen was with the timeout at the very end. After we had already expended the key. Okay. So I will not get a second chance at a bonus segment, but let's just try to rework this puzzle. You need to just run at this directly from the side rather than jumping on it. Oh, whoops. That was a spectacular way of failing. Not remembering that the entity limit trick also applies to the bonus room. Okay. Yeah, that's going to be far enough to not do much. Hang on. Really needed to give that a nice hard kick. Kick. Send it all the way down a slope. And that's yay. Yeah, let's ignore the red coin, pink coin this time. Okay. Nope, yeah, missed one. Yeah, every single one does need to land an accurate hit. Sending them over the slope on ground level always does guarantee that hit. That seems the safest way to go about doing this. Here we go. And safety coin actually is collectible at the end. And yeah, we'll just grab that. Or not. Wondering how that little question block there is collectible. Oh, I guess if you brought a snowball with you somehow. Yeah, no wonder I couldn't see the gold card. It's because it was disguised here on the lower level. Took me a little bit of scrambling about to see where it was positioned relative to the SMB3 black curtain. That is snowballs and snow-covered forest. So yeah, lots of really interesting decorative levels from Noir. Definitely going to look forward to what they have in store here. You can look at that Sheikah Eye on Master of the Rhythms. And we'll see what that is all about when we play it. But in the meantime, we're going to look at two more makers who are involved in this week's edition of 4YMM. Beginning with Travis. So yeah, Travis has a Canadian flag, but is also bilingual Japanese by the looks of it. Has relatively few plays. Definitely one of the lesser known makers of 4YMM by the looks of it. And yeah, we'll just take a look at one of the older but more popular levels from October entitled Rutabaga Zone, The Unshackling. Let me just pull out a translation once again to see what the Japanese text is saying. The Japanese text says, "Believe in yourself." Well, I guess we'll believe in ourselves. No tags on this, have no idea what to expect except that it's 3%. Okay, so that's going to break open and give me a checkpoint right away. I wonder... No, this is purely aesthetic. And it's going to give me a starting checkpoint. Okay, interesting. And also 4 separate pipes. Looks like it is going to be a repeatable checkpoint setup then, based on this pipe here spitting you back out. Let's just ascend 1 segment at a time. Okay. Looks like that is going to be a timed shot. And coins are going to be necessary given the repeatable key door setup that we saw up top. Damage boost also looks necessary, but damage boost needs to be fairly quick in order to get onto that spike. Okay, not really sure what I think about hard damage like that. It always feels a little bit off to me. But let's pop that open. Whoops. And once again, let's dip our way back down. And okay. Not going to pay too much attention to the cheap guard. We should have paid attention to the cheap guard. Now we are dead. Swerve around a little bit. Pop this off. Nope. Okay. Not really sure where the promise of rutabagas is coming from, but kind of interesting use of the dry bones up there to force the shell to be deflected to the right side. Like, that is a bit of an interesting trigger mechanism. We'll see soon enough what that is all about. No, too low once again. Got it right the first time. Just need to get it right another time, and thanks to the repeatable checkpoint system, only once. Yeah, just a slightly higher position like that, that's good enough. And will be necessary. Break out of this right away. Ooh, never really liked those precision corners. But we are through. And that's going to give me a checkpoint. Interesting what's going on with these doors. I don't really know. I guess, yeah, this is just a repeatable checkpoint room part 1. Don't really see what's going on with that blooper up there then. Clearly something above it. Oh, another door that you drop down into. Okay. Well, let's take a look at room 2. How is going to get rid of all the munchers? That seems fairly clear to me. No, I was supposed to hit. And that would send something sailing out of the trampoline that was stacked on top of the question block. That would no doubt give me the next object that I'm supposed to jump on. Okay, pretty simple. Part 3. Ah, I see. Okay, I do need full momentum. And probably could have clued into that from the arrow as well as from the seesaw setup. that's going to be a swimming challenge. Okay, let's try this once again. Yeah, bit of a swimming precision check there. I think we just need to bob our head above each successive puncher. Precision checks with low headroom are, of course, not my forte. Nope, didn't really get full momentum into the initial kick this time. I think it was just a function of maybe dropping into it a bad position. Okay. Fairly easy to recreate that, at least. And not too bad a time in terms of getting through there. Everything is fairly safe in this room, despite how it may look decoratively. So let's just get through part 4. Nope, just the fact that I would have the second jump off the blooper. And I was also reading that for the first time, and so had to see what was going on. Yeah, no. Have to go for the mandatory coin first. Bounce on as many of the miniature bloopers as I can on my way down in order to secure the coin, and I cannot go for it until that coin has been safely collected. Nope. Bit of a slight miss. I don't need to drop into it. It's okay if I bounce up into it. In fact, it may be safer if I do so. Nope. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Okay. Really do need to hang left on the third bounce. That would consistently get me into the position I want. Nope. Don't want to stomp its head right away. This is one of the very rare uses I've seen of the trailing blooper as an actual meaningful platform obstacle, so have to do some planning around it. I rarely see anybody actually design around the expectation of using it. But here we are. Hopefully no key death awaits as we punch our way through this door here. Don't really know whether... Oh, I guess the piranha is just there as a kill zone on the right side. So yeah, fairly simple 4-part platformer using the jungle theme. Nothing really out of the ordinary, but pretty cleanly set up. Whoops. Oh, I wanted to drop a like on that, actually, but... Yeah, sure, we'll go back. Not. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's probably the most standard level we've seen so far. Despite being perhaps an early effort from this maker to make repeatable checkpoints, it could very well be. Let's see if we have time to get anything else. Some of these clear percentages are perhaps a little less encouraging, so maybe best to set that for later. Yeah, because that's very tight series of clear percentages. No 4YMM level up yet, but surely coming. So let's look at one more maker. And Ren is the one I am most excited to show off because Ren has a spectacular level coming this week that has not yet been uploaded, but hopefully will be soon. It's the boss rush that we've been hyping up all week. Now, Ren is a maker who is known from Mario Maker 1, made the wonderful level that was called Nightmare Disco, which I believe was the lead-off level for 3YMM, back when it came out in Maker 1. I have not actually caught up to Ren's repertoire for Maker 2, and I think what we will do is just run all three of them in sequence. So let's start with Ruins. The shadow of the ruins looms above, filling you with determination, which kind of indicates to me that maybe it's an Undertale track, but I wouldn't remember precisely, so take a look at something that is puzzle solving and musical, and which possibly involves Undertale. Yeah, Ren is definitely a bit of a combo music level specialist, music levels that are still playable in a very unique way. See the track setup getting underway here, disguised by the peaceful soundtrack. And by the time everything is set up, we'll see what we're going to be jamming out to. That is really complicated. Wow. Oh, this totally is Undertale, isn't it? From Toby Fox's self-made soundtrack to his own game. What a track, wow. Okay, so that's going to raise this. And what do we do here? I suppose I have to lower it on this side, because doing so would allow me to get everything up. Yep, there we go. Now, this is Undertale. I suppose this is only appropriate that we're going to get access to a bone shell. And a bone shell would allow me to do a stomp, which would crush the bomb, probably. Yeah, that's correct. I think I can probably smuggle the trampoline over to the other side. Don't know if that's actually going to be useful yet, but would like to see if it is. Let's dump it on the other side and proceed. The fact that we have 2 shells available, I think, is also kind of neat. Okay, so what do we have here? We have a claw activation that would just send that reeling about. And there's some kind of deflection that can be done, I think, in order to get its pattern to come up towards the bomb. One thing that could be done, perhaps, is preventing the capture. Yeah. If you prevent the capture, then that lights up the night. And let's continue smuggling this thing. I will also notice that at this point, I am permitted to go back for the other bomb. Not the other bomb, rather, but the other bone shell, and I think I will do precisely that, just in case it comes in handy. You never know. Particularly when everything is still sort of within the screen range, and you can see that the on-off is ground poundable here anyway. Okay, and that it would carry you up directly. I probably could have loaded the trampoline directly, but interesting that we have a change of music going into this zone. That's definitely a classic Ren technique. absolutely brilliant the way that's put together. Looks like grabbing the 30 coin is going to be one of the vital interactions here in a way that I have not really been able to see yet. But perhaps just nuking that guy here, okay, that's going to do plenty. Wonder if resetting the on-off state going into the next room is going to do anything. I'm sure the quality check will account for that. And yeah, I mean, this is a 40-something% clear rate. I assume that we might actually be close to the finish. Let's just give this a listen. Oh, I see. The on-off state was actually necessary. That was a bit of a surprise. But I guess when you reset this, yeah, that's why you would have a clear rate of about 50% is when you have people like me who do silly things like that. It's sort of weird that it would be on-off gated this way. It seems like it's just sniping people specifically who didn't do that. Oh, I see, because there's an on-off activation at the very end that stops that boat. Yeah, I guess that's the only thing is that, you know, in a checkpoint room where upon respawn you would have the switch set to on, the on-off state actually should have been enforced on entry. But then anti-limit might have been tight, and honestly, this was Ren's first level in Maker 2, and so these things involving on-off switches might just have been a brief oversight. So let's take a look at a level with a far lower clear percentage. This is a Metaton EX, Lights, Camera, Action. Short and sweet, and it does once again involve music. I don't know if it's music that I will be able to recognize, because I don't really associate the title with it. But let's give this a look and listen as well. Reach the goal without landing after leaving the ground. And we're failing that condition, but I just want to see what's going on. It seems like the initial state is set to on-off. Yeah, just going to scout ahead. And you have a huge track drop to really make use of a wide melodic range. That's going to be spin jump all the way over to the left. We'll see how the claw potentially pops back out. So yeah, let's actually keep the condition this time and see what we can do as the music track gets going. And what's going on here? Okay. Interesting that that entire zone is actually safe. I don't know if it was just safe on top of where the spike tops were. Spike tops do die in poison. So it seemed like we were actually spin jumping on thwomps to that point and actually did have the run of this entire space. Maybe? Kind of hard to tell, in fact. Looks like we do need to just survive long enough to get on top of this guy here. Nope, not over that column yet. That was just a slight reading error on my part. So yeah, lots of music blocks getting spawned all over the place, and then we're going to have an ascent back up this vertical zone. Everything down below is in fact safe, perhaps deceptively so. Meanwhile, the dry bones is going to be a massive threat because that's just what it does. So yeah, when you think about the level list, we haven't had a random music spectacle in quite a long time, but then that's what this week's level is for. We'll get a look at that soon enough. Hasn't gone up yet, of course, but I'm sure there will be quite a race for first to clear when it does. Okay, in the meantime, let's let everything come across. Slightly bad positioning that time. Thought I was able to make it across, but that was clearly not the case. Everything's going to drop out. So, what are we going to see here? Nope. Need to not get squished. I was originally thinking, okay, we can technically jump ahead to some additional vines, but with that kind of spacing, that does not really give us much of an advantage in terms of positioning, so it's better to just ride it out and climb and maintain vertical position and get pushed around by the bullet blaster in the meantime. Okay. Way too slow, way too slow. And I knew that was an issue. Down we go once again. And ride this out. Nope, too fast. I think the idea is that I was supposed to vary my timing off those bounces by getting on top of the dry bones, and that everything was synchronized quite neatly, and that by getting over the dry bones entirely, that might not have worked as intended. Yeah, let's just do this again. Appreciate that track in the meantime. Maintain our position here. Let this thing crawl. Oh, no, no, no. I saw what was going to happen with the little spike top wandering away, and I was just thinking that I had enough of a margin of error to make an additional bounce, and that was clearly not the case. That. Okay, that's gonna be fine. Nope, not high enough. I just need to go short bounces all the way up until we have the best possible opportunity to launch over to the other side. Yeah, let's just ride this out once more. Whoops. Thought I was going to do a bit of a mild repositioning there, and I was not really watching the icicle. Okay. Not too hard to get this back together. Yeah, that's a bit of a tough position. I think I do need to wait for the small spike top to actually get on top of that first tile. And I should still have enough room on the big blue spike top. Found my way across. I'm clearly going slightly too early and overcorrecting for the amount of room I have there before the spike top platform just disappears on me. And yeah, there we go. No, still not good enough. And that's a very tight jump. But with practice, we will hopefully be able to find a reliable timing for it. And, you know, the more attempts we put into this, the more we can jam out to a custom track. That was just a total miss on the vine climb. But sometimes that's just going to happen. So yeah, let's just get the music rolling once again. See if we can pass that one spike top jump that's been giving us grief. Okay. And on we go. Maybe actually follow the arrow for once. Oh no, too late. Yeah, a little bit tricky to see the timing window I need there. I do keep hitting the spike block if I go any earlier than that. Would have been nice if that were just one tile more generous, I think, but I tend to dislike precision checks in general when it comes to one tile spikes, so that's just player prejudice on my part in some ways. When it comes to that sort of obstacle. Don't want things to be too tight. Yeah, no, trying to get the last bounce there, and once again, I'm just a little bit too late. Slightly off the mark. And hopefully I can find some kind of consistent timing to cover for the possibility that I'll have to repeat that several times and just nail it until it's right. At least everything up to that point is pretty straightforward. Okay. Yeah, it could be that I was not really standing far enough to the left in order to clear that. I thought it was just a height problem, but it is, I think, partly an issue with my horizontal positioning going into that as well. But finding it quite difficult to find the appropriate bounce timing. Get over that little jump there. And it would be very nice if we were able to do that, because the whole magic the Ren level, it seems, is just being able to see multiple phases and hear multiple phases of the music setup as it becomes more dynamic and complex. So, once again, yes. But yeah, I guess we'll have to do it until it clicks. What a huge initial setup room. But you know, that's what makes it work. And also what disguises everything is that I have this wide open platforming space music is just kind of playing in the background without obstructing our vision. It's going to run around a whole music box. Nope, still not quite enough. That time it was a case of horizontal position. And again, to be honest, I just do not like that spike. One tile down I think would have been perfect, but, you know. We'll do it until we get it. Okay. Does add a fair bit of tension, of course. You get back to this part here, because how did you go earlier? You go late. There we go, finally. And, of course, that's what's going to happen. But at least it is doable if I just nudge myself a little bit to the left. That seemed to be the necessary correction that I needed to make in order to have that happen. Okay, let's see how this is going to be put together. Okay. Nope, too late. Let's set that up once again. Yeah, once we get those two jumps down, hopefully the level will ease up on us a little bit. And we'll just see how the rest of this goes. All those Yoshis hatching to provide some additional instruments. And yeah, going to do a bit of tuning here. Kind of a nice track. I don't recognize it. I think I'll have to look it up afterwards for sure. Okay, now that all that's going smoothly, except of course for failing the condition over there. Haven't quite seen what's the bomb activation going to do. I think it is going to be a series of spin jumps, as we can see from the bomb placement over the on-off switch. And we just need to trust that the timing allows us to evade the explosion safely from a series of spin jumps that hug the wall and maintain clear condition as valid. Yeah, standing a little bit to the left solves a lot of problems. And the other thing solving a lot of problems is that we would just need a low bounce on the thwomps. Yeah, I just at that time did not manage to successfully kick the bomb over to the correct location. If we do so, it's going to detonate safely out of the way, and a short bounce on the thwomp allows it to continue as it is lifted by the blue spike tops that we thought we had abandoned earlier. And yeah, there we go. Okay, I feel better about this jump now that I see how dependent it is on horizontal rather than vertical positioning. Everything up here feels smooth, very doable blind. No, I just need to drop straight down onto that spike top. It isn't exactly blind because, of course, we got a chance to see what its movement pattern would be on the way up. It would be difficult to pay attention to that, of course, on your first way through, but if you follow the going trail and trust where you're going, and you have this multiple element reuse that is always very satisfying to behold, especially in a level that is clearly trying to keep entities under a tight budget for the sake of getting the music track to behave as intended in its full glory. So I think whenever you see a very dynamic platforming level, seeing elements recur in different contexts is always something that is quite satisfying. Yeah, that's going to be lifted. Okay. Okay, fairly smooth actually, that entire segment there. It's going to have a bit of a cloud segment. Cloud does preclude me from touching the ground. Oh wow, the arrows there were definitely very helpful. And that's it. Yeah, I mean, 1% clear rate on that I think is almost entirely from the spike top jumps that we were stuck on for some time as well. Everything else flowed together really well. A little bit off the record, not much flexibility there just due to the nature of auto-scroll. I think, though, it dawdled a little bit on the cloud at the end, and perhaps there's some optimization that can be done at the very start of the level as well, but other than that, the custom scroll was going to force a pretty narrow window of where the clear time would be. So let's finish up Ren's existing set with Mario Reloaded, which was uploaded back in October. And as you can see from all of the green vines that are representing numerical notation in hexadecimal, I guess, this is the Matrix. You stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. It's going to be about 2%. It is a themed level that once again has music, so we'll see what kind of music from the Matrix we're going to hear. And of course we're going to have the glitch effect because that is only fitting. Now this is really neat in that usually you have music levels do their whole setup sequence and layout a little bit out of the way, such that it doesn't interfere with the player. In this level, however, it completely makes sense in the thematic concept of the Matrix that it would not do that. Like, it would put you literally in the code, because that's what the Matrix does. So definitely appreciate that right away. It seems like we are still doing a fair bit of setup going into this platforming sequence. But that's... we're going to hit checkpoint, and we have a door dropping out there that seems to indicate something to do with an on-off state switch. You can see tons of on-off state blockers along the music track, which indicate to me that we're going to have a repetition that loops around here with a ton of additional instruments that are brought into the mix. I think that's very clearly what's going to happen if you pay attention to what's going on the bottom end of the screen. But yeah, I have to catch up to the auto scroll slightly, try to beat that thwomp. Again, lots of music track setup here. There's a lot going on just with the setup sequence in a Ren level. I think that we have to get across that hard block faster than Thwomp. I think that was fairly clear. But yeah, the way that you have these transformative multi-room music setups is something that is a bit of a Ren speciality, and one that the 4YMM level that I've been hyping up will definitely be showing off. And you can kind of see, as these levels go, how that particular sound engineering technique has revised and improved with time, and how much use Ren has been getting out of Maker 2 specific mechanics such as the custom scroll, as we saw in the previous stage. But also just the use of the scroll stop all over the place to function as a bit of a timing control, particularly because you're going to be spawning into this room in one of two ways and one of two horizontal positions, be it through the blue pipe or through the green door that drops you down for the second iteration. So in either case, the presence of the initial scroll break on the right side of the screen that you see right here is going to enforce a starting screen position that gets everything else to synchronize as intended. Using a Thwomp chase as a setup sequence is also something that I think we will be seeing once again recur as a Ren engineering trick. No, not enough momentum here. Whoops. I would need to drop behind the Thwomp pretty much right away. Of course, that is just for the current on-off state. We're going to have a different platforming path when we return here for the second iteration. That is likely going to add some instruments to the mix. Okay, trying to go a little too fast there. And forward. And on we go. Needed a shorter bounce getting onto the door there. It's also going to give us the glitch sound effect as we land. Yeah, very clear to me what kind of timing fixes we need to make in order to get ahead and land before the Thwomp decides to demolish everything under our feet. And I guess we'll see what else happens to this as a platforming setup as we proceed. Yep, just a little bit late because I had to hesitate on the jump over the blooper, just not knowing, of course, that my momentum going in would overshoot slightly, so just hanging back a bit on the blooper was enough to compromise my timing. Let's try to get ahead of the Thwomp. And that will take us through the door for Phase 2. And of course, we have a music change here. This time it's going to be quite doable blind, given that we don't have to deal so much with the Thwomp. You can see that the breakage that happened from the Thwomp slamming through some of the blocks earlier was what was allowing some of the spawn block to dry bones to spawn and create a completely different platforming layout on the second pass. Going a bit low there. Whoops. Bit of a brain fart at that particular moment. And yeah, lots of stuff going on here with spawn blocks. It's completely transforming the layout once we have the on-off toggle bringing us to the other side. And layering over the track, of course, we still have quite a lot that we still haven't seen. Once we get back to the starting world. As we see a bit of a curve of development to this music track. I think that's very much the magic of a multi-stage music level like this, is that it's not just about having a single elaborate track, but also having a sense of development as you play. That's already quite satisfying even in a regular video game context, never mind in a maker context where these things are really quite difficult to engineer, let alone test. Seems like an absolute nightmare to put these together sometimes, despite the tools and shortcuts and heuristics that music level makers have developed for themselves, with years of practice coming from Mario Maker 1. And yeah, we'll just have to, oops, not bump our heads, first of all. That's a fairly major mitigating factor that needs to be taken into consideration. Okay, let's try to drop efficiently off of this guy. Beat the swamp over. Nice short bounce. And yeah, that dry bones was definitely spawn blocked. And it's going to take me over. So red pill or blue pill? Which one is which again? Red pill or blue pill? So you take one of the pills and that kind of shows you the truth behind the world, and you take the other pill and it just kind of shows you the innocent picture of the illusion that you're in, right? Isn't the blue pill the one that just kind of sends you back into your virtual simulacrum? Yes, it is, because it just gives you the flag. So likely the red pill would take you into the Matrix, and so we have to replay this level. Interestingly, it looks like taking the blue pill is what would allow you to acquire a speed record, but yeah, absolutely have to redo this. This starting sequence. And yeah. Okay, so we'll just have to wait this out as a survival timer as before. That's fine. At this point we kind of know how it goes. The little sliding move on the ice there was kind of neat as a bit of an I know kung fu touch. Okay, I had plenty of practice in this segment already. Let's do it accurately. Dodging the Hammer Brothers as well, that's also a nice touch, even though they're mostly being used as musical instruments. Okay. And then let's take the red pill. Actually, we got a pretty efficient speed record. Let's just take the blue pill and do this again. Not an efficient speed record because of the way that we overshot at the end. So never mind, I'm actually going to be off slightly.
And yeah, given the presence of the auto scroll, you really kind of need to get into exit pipes and doors as soon as they're available. And so the record is probably pretty tightly tuned at this point anyway, given the degree to which the level is dependent on auto scroll once you have the scroll break. Nice to kind of see a single segment time anyway, since that was available. Also ensuring that this entire level has been built very reliably, and that once you learn the early segments... Whoops. I don't know Kung Fu. Once you do the early segments, once you do the entire level, actually, everything comes together and sticks. Yeah, this is really a great little setup zone. Just love the way it works thematically, and I think that maybe when we take the red pill, that's going to be part of the trick, is that it actually is going to take us through the music mechanism, perhaps, as a platforming experience. But we'll see. We'll see how we are exposed to this concept of peering into the Matrix and seeing the guts of how everything is set up to work. Interesting, it looked like I could actually theoretically drop below that piranha plant. Not that it would have done anything useful for me at the end of that segment there. Nice, tight, controlled jumps. And yeah, platforming sequences here are very reliable, so it's just a matter of seeing how much additional difficulty is going to be imposed by the red pill optional hard mode segment. And how nice it is, by the way, to see the concept of the red pill be represented by an optional hard mode segment like this. I mean, we have to see what kind of musical development will be on offer. Why exactly this is reloaded. Okay. Not really going to safely beat the timer that time. And okay, that's going to take me across. That's going to take me over. Whoops. And yeah, just redo this until it sticks. Nope. A little bit off. I was kind of feeling with the last couple jumps there that I was not really accurate to my usual comfortable pattern. That would be an issue. That's the first time that has happened. Sniped by the piranha plant there. That's something that is a little bit unusual. Oh, I'm a bit slow this time. Okay, let's get back over. I see, because the piranha shot is normally blocked by the thwomp, and that did not happen on that occasion. So this time let's actually get over all of these accurately and not get clipped by the muncher at the very end. Love how that coin is used as
an indicator on dry bones as well when you come back in. And yeah, let's see how deep the rabbit hole goes. Not that deep. And of course, the Mega Mushroom, if you came out now, it would allow you to just break your way over to the flagpole right away. But then why would we want to do that, given that have all that music that's going to be manipulated by a state change? Okay, so the rabbit hole doesn't actually go very deep. That's all it is. So I guess that is just a joke. Well, I mean, I guess now we know the answer to how deep the rabbit hole goes, okay. Was it worth the hype? Was it worth the hype? Absolutely. Unquestionably. So yeah, that's Mario Reloaded. Run 69. So I think that's actually going to be it for our coverage today. We'll take a look at the new list just to see how many of the 4YMM levels have actually come up so far. I usually run a little bit longer, but I think I will actually be adjourning at this time. And we see 4 out of 8 up already, and so Power Up Mashup from Slanteva. Like, Kjavik has been up to snipe a bunch of the first clears today instead of holding off for a streaming showcase later on. Sniping pretty much every single one of them, in fact. Wildflower has a 100% clear rate so far. Given what we have seen from Lantis earlier, that's not really a surprise. Given some of the wonderful creations we had seen earlier. Are really being on the ball there with the first clear. And the hole in the wall from Travis, which is going to involve some kind of massive P-switch. So yeah, none of these clear percentages are going to hold unless Wildflower really is going to be some kind of 100% experience. I mean, even so, nothing ever actually stays at that level. And of course, some of the really exciting ones are not yet posted, so we'll see how they go when they come up. And in the meantime, I think that's going to be it on my side. Thank you for joining me for this stream previewing some of the makers that are available, or will soon be available, in week 4 of 4YMM. I might scan around for somebody to drop in on, but of course we don't have too much of an audience to carry over at this particular juncture, so it might not be worthwhile, but we'll scan around anyway and do some due diligence. In the meantime, thank you for watching. We've got lots of exciting content coming up. First with a full playthrough, including all secrets, if possible, and all cakes in 4YMM that we will do Tuesday. Video levels at our usual slot on Thursday, and some other ones that I'll add as are possible. And also some continuing coverage of Paper Mario, the Origami King, which we started last night and will be introducing to as many of our late night bonus streams as we can in order to get that all recorded, live streamed, and wrapped up. In the meantime, have a good morning, or in Europe, heading into good afternoon. Wherever you are, enjoy this week's levels. I will see you next time.